Good morning. How you guys doing? Happy Epiphany. Apparently it's a holiday here in Poland. Kinda sucks because I was gonna go to the store today. But I guess that's not happening. I might have to leave a little bit early today though. Oh, we'll see. We're gonna do our blockout though. We're gonna do as much of our blockout as we can. Today is just kind of like an exploratory blockout. Like let's get a feel for this. Let's see how fun it is. You know, just to jump around. Let's create some harder stuff, some easier stuff. Shit of that nature. What am I looking at? Why am I looking at the sun? I was wondering, you know, like let's block out in maybe like a separate level. Because we don't really need to have a... We really need to make our own map right now, because I believe if I just take a data layer, I can duplicate it in a different world, and it will copy everything over with the right location. Like, that's the entire point of data layers, is that they are kind of modular and reusable in that way. But I've never actually tried it. Let's do it. What if I add this? That's runtime. Loaded invisible. See anything here? Am I mistaken? I mean, maybe with level instances you can do that, but I thought data layers you could do it too. Let me try adding it to one that already has stuff. Let's create new data layer with the asset. And not just like... I mean, I feel like we would see that if it was there. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let me look it up. UE5. Data layer set to copying data layer with all assets. When I duplicate a traditional level, all actors are duplicated. Getting a data layer simply creates a clean data layer.
You can't spell Micro-Raptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Thank you, Angel Beaster. How are you doing? Damn you. Is it not possible to just copy and like duplicate a data layer? Hold on, maybe I'm missing. Oh, you know what? Go to the documentation. That always fixes things, right? The exceptional documentation. Runtime you can toggle data layers, data layers. You'd think you'd be able to reuse them. Ah, data layer instances. Is that not what I'm using? Same project, you can then use a separate instance of the runtime data layer that is already enabled to create a holiday themed version of the POI separate from your standard world. Huh? Spent last week learning about every single type of PCIe cards. Wasn't just self-learn, I gotta learn about how machines work on a deep level. Just working about learning all PCIe cards. Pretty wild. How you doing, Nixie? Am I not using instances? This is a data layer. Is there a data layer instance? Convert. I see nothing about instance. How do I instance? Int data layers be used at multiple levels. Nobody answered this. How we doing? I'm tired today, dude. I was up late. I couldn't get to bed. So I might leave a little bit early today, but we'll see how my energy does. I also thought I had more Pepsi, but I have 2 half bottles of Pepsi. That's what we're down to, so. When that runs out, the desire to go for the day will significantly increase. I don't want to drink too much. How do we actually... I mean, it says it creates a new instance. How do we reuse that instance? Because it just was not working for me. They're split into 2 types of assets, data layer assets and data layer instances. Assets contain cross-world data and are created using the data layer outliner. Data layer instances contain world-specific data and are created in the data layer outliner. I mean, this one says, you guys can't see it, it says on my other screen, creates an editor-only data layer that cannot be used by other worlds. But that's not what I make. I always make these. Create new data layer with asset, and I use the data layer asset. So if this is an instance, but it doesn't say copied selected data layer instance file path. Unless this is copying. Or I have to copy the base because copying the individual... I don't know. don't even, I just don't see anything. Oh, you learned about the L1 caches. Yeah, yeah. L1's great. L2 can be pretty nice too. Having too small of a cache can have a pretty significant impact on how fast things are being loaded and moved around your CPU and RAM. Yeah, I bought these because these were on sale. Pretty good sale too. One makes everything look like it's staying still in your machine. There's some pretty cool graphics that show L1, and you know L1 is like this fast, right? It's like, and L2 is pretty fast too. But it's more like, and then you have L3 and it's like it's just so fucking slow. Pretty cool though. It's cool to see that like being shown visually. See, we've had the most questionable collab for PC peripherals. No, who did we have collab for peripherals? I remember there was a Snoop Dogg one. SSDs and DRAM are slow as fuck too. Yeah, I don't really buy anything SATA anymore. Like the difference between an NVMe and a SATA drive is so different. I just don't really, I mean, I don't mind it, but I don't buy SATA drives anymore. I only buy NVMe drives. And I definitely don't buy HDDs. Asus, ROG, and Kojima? Wow. Assign those assets to an editor data layer. Keep them organized. You then decorate the POI using holiday-specific assets and assign those to a runtime data layer. Wait, you create a neighborhood point of interest in a world and assign those assets to an editor data layer, which is private. You then decorate the POI using holiday-specific assets and assign those to a runtime data layer to enable them to be loaded and unloaded during runtime. In the standard version of your world, you set a data layer instance of the runtime data layer to not be loaded by default and to toggle on a specific date to celebrate an in-game holiday. Wait, so the editor one acts as a like root? I don't really understand that. But let me go back to the other map. So I'll create this private one. And I'm just going to Make current. I don't really see that I have any different options for this layer. Just place this somewhere. I don't know. Do you have a testing? I do have a testing. Okay. Place it here. Make it a child. Make current. We're just gonna put that in that one. So there should be 2 cubes. You see, that's both of them. That's just that one. But it doesn't say that these are instances. I don't... Why do I look like Ben 10? Shut the fuck up. Let me wear my Hyperion $20 AliExpress jacket, okay? It was either this or buy 4 copies of Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 did have a good soundtrack, though. It's got a really fucking good soundtrack. I can't unsee it. Shut up. The moment he said it, I'm like, God damn it. I do kind of look like Ben 10. Yeah, the GPU and RAM prices right now are off the charts. I need to know how to get cubes in here. I need to know how to reuse. I know it doesn't sound like it's very important right now, but it actually is important. So what happens if I reuse them? Do I get any cube? I don't see the cube. Do I? I don't see a cube. I don't actually understand how I can reuse data layers across multiple levels. It just doesn't seem to be working. Actor filter is included. Supports actor filter. I don't get this. I don't get how to make a data layer instance. Like, from my perspective, they should be instances already. I shouldn't have to do anything. That's the default. But it doesn't speak like they are. There's editor and runtime. Editor, it says, are like private, and they're not meant to be used in other worlds. Runtime can be used in other worlds because they're loaded at runtime. I don't know which one I'm making because it seems like Use editor data layers to keep your assets organized within your project. You can load and unload editor data layers from memory. Toggle visibility using the data layer outliner. Runtime are similar, but you can manipulate them at runtime using blueprints or C++. I mean, that's what I do, of course. You can use in-game events to load or unload the assets assigned to them. So we know that we're using runtime data layers. Data layer instances are world specific, but it says using instances, a data layer asset can exist in 2 or more worlds and reference the same assets but specify different instance properties. How do I make a data layer instance? Oh, how you doing, bird? What's up, bro? I mean, this is just telling me how to use it talks about like level instances, but I don't need level instances. I need data layer instances. Create data layer instance. Isn't that what I run in my blueprint? No. There's not even any create. Create data layer instance. Target is data layer editor subsystem. I can't even get that. The hell? Did that homemade stuff you're making turn out okay? Which stuff? The cider? Because if so, oh yeah. It actually turned out really well. It could not have turned out more perfect. Returns the data layer instance referencing the provided data layer. mean, I can set the data layer instance runtime state. The only problem is, like, if I can't load this up in the level, it's hard to get a gauge of how it looks and how much space it takes up, you know? So it's really confusing how it wants me to use that. I haven't seen you drink a Mountain Dew or eat a burger yet. They don't really have. Okay, they do have regular Mountain Dew in Poland, but it's a little bit harder to find. They don't have Diet Dew. What am I trying to do? I want to use a data layer instance, because apparently those can be reused across levels. And I can't do that. It doesn't let me do that. I don't know how to make a data layer instance. I can make data layers. I can make private data layers. I cannot make instances. I don't know where they are. I don't know what they're called. There's just data layer. And I can't do anything to those data layers once they're existing. It's confusing. Like it tells me that using instance as a data layer asset can exist in 2 or more worlds and reference the same assets but specify different instance properties. And it's like, okay, maybe I can use this blueprint setup to make an instance and load it, right? But if I can't visualize that in the world in the editor, it's kind of impossible for me to build around it, you know? With normal data layers, I can just visualize them, right? Like, for instance, I can just load it up here. Here's my cube. I can mess around with the cube. I can move it. Okay, cube moved. Great. Data layer updated. But I can't pull this data layer into another world and have those cubes show up. So these are not data layer instances from what I am gathering. Yeah, there's no actors in here. So like I don't know what. What am I missing here? There's even this grayed out little thing here that says copy selected data layer instances file path. What does this do? Am I gonna waste my whole day on this? UE5, reuse data layer. That somebody wants to convert levels into data layers. I mean, I could download the Valley of the Ancients demo. I don't really want to do that, though. I can check. How do I make a data layer instance in 5? Has to be an instance, not a data layer asset. It's gonna tell me some ghost info, right? Like right click and press the create data layer instance button that's available in Unreal 5.6. And then when you tell it, hey, that button never existed. Like, oh, you're right. Let me see if I can find a working button. Watch it redirect me. You first have a data layer asset created via right click in the content browser. Yeah. Instance itself is world specific and added to your level via the editor UI. Yeah. It's not meaning like create. I think I understand. I didn't think it worked this way, but it might work this way. No, because if it could do that, you never see instances in the content browser. But that's the issue. If I can't see the actors, it's not really that useful to me. Like, wouldn't it be nice if it acted like a level instance where you could drag that level instance into your content browser and you would see everything that's in it? If I can't see the assets in there, it's kind of hard to build around them. So I can't really use data layers in that way where I make a data layer in a separate level and then I can reuse that data layer like a level instance could be. But data layers were supposed to replace level instances, but if they don't act like level instances, then I can't really... Well, hold on. Level instances and packed level blueprints support data layers. So maybe they still want me to use the level instances, just shove the data layer in the level instance. But can level instances be loaded async? I mean, this is... I know it sounds weird to be spending time on this, but this is one of our... this is one of our goals for this milestone. I was wanting to just block out today, but if we don't understand how to use world partition and data layers correctly, then I might, you know, have to refactor this. So it's fine to be doing it right now. It's not the most fun thing, but I just need to understand how we can quickly reuse these. How you doing, Pexu? I'm gonna make a level instance. Not as simple as just like... Oh yeah, I guess it is, okay. Okay. Did Bakshi use world partition? They should use world partition. Do people not use world partition? What do they use instead? I mean, I don't think every game needs to use world partition, to be fair, but our game will have to use world partition. It will have way too much shit loaded otherwise. Let me not make a blank level here. I need that with world partition enabled. Normal loading screens? Yeah, but then you have seams, right? And I mean that's fair, right? That you can save a lot of overhead and trouble doing loading screens. But we're gonna have a pretty big, I won't say open world, but a pretty large level that we will have to carefully unload and load things in. Floating point bullshit. Well, like I said, I don't think every game needs world partition, but we will need it. I was supposed to add these to a editor. So let me try making a private data layer real quick and adding these to this. I'm just testing something right now. I want to see how I can properly use data layer instances with level instances. Okay, get rid of these. Now, if I take that... Now that is loaded by default. What if I don't load this by default? That's editor only, that's not runtime stuff. So runtime that is loaded by default, I would have to make a separate non-private layer. Can I convert that? Let me make a new non-private one. I assume any new Unreal feature is buggy till I hear otherwise. That's a fair assumption. I can't fault you for that. Like there's, what is there? There's 3 states, right? There's experimental, which means buggy and broken and piece of shit. There's beta, which means buggy, broken, piece of shit. And then there's release, which means buggy, broken, unsupported, unreleased shit. Delete this. Where's my delete? Okay, runtime state of this I want to be unloaded. Not initially, well, fine. Initially visible, whatever. Yes. Press play. Why is it here? I set it to not be loaded default, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, runtime unloaded. What the hell? Speaking of buggy pieces of shit. Oh my god. Does this like show up over here in the data layer outliner? No. So how come... How come that's loaded? Oh my god. I don't get it. The actor contained within the level instance inherits the data layer assigned to its level instance actor by default. Inherit the data layer assigned to its level instance actor. Actors within the level instance also support additional data layers. Level instances that contain a reference to a data layer instance not present in the world will not have their data layer references carried over. For example, you can assign a level instance that contains the assets to create a house. Blah 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 blah, a bunch of bullshit. Who gives a fuck? I don't understand. Did I not do the instancing correct? It is a level instance. What the hell? Use external package data layer instances. Data layer instances will be stored in their own external package. I'm going to click this. I don't know what it means or what it does, but I did click it. Nothing changed. It's just beautiful and amazing. It's so frustrating. Like normal data layers, if you just want to like fuck around with one level, fine, great. They work beautifully, they work fine, no problems. Everything in the documentation says you should be able to reuse data layers. Nothing in the documentation tells me how to reuse data layers. It's just like, oh yeah, you can do it. And you're like, okay, great, how? No, you can do it. I mean, I can assign it to like the base data layer. It says it inherits. I just kill me. And my life and my existence. I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything on begin play that would be messing with this. Actors contained within the level instance inherit the data layer assigned to its level instance actor by default. Actors within the level instance also support additional data layers. They just copied this, they just copy pasted. When using embedded mode, level instances that use the one file per actor system are discarded and their actors are added to the world partition grid at runtime. This is the default runtime mode and the suggested method of streaming level content. Well, technically that should mean that our level instances are using embedded mode. It also says these settings are not editable and are included here for reference. I don't know why they are even mentioning it. But that doesn't make sense, because if they're using embedded mode, which it sounds like they are, and data layers are the one file per actor system, they're discarded and their actors are added to the world partition grid. So it's basically saying, hey, yeah, you can use data layer instances or data layers in level instances, but also because they're using one file per actor, we're going to discard that and just add them to the runtime grid anyway. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't know. It says this thing, but it doesn't work that way. It does not work that way in practice. I am unable to reuse data layers in other worlds, in other levels. God, that's frustrating. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I mean, if it's true that data layer instances can't show up in... Well, I guess maybe the outliner shows it only for... I don't know. I actually don't know what it shows. It shows me if they're loaded or unloaded. Or activated, I should say. This is how we're gonna start the day, huh? Didn't we test this already, though? We tested something regarding like level instances and or data layers. I don't remember what day and I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was this though. I would have remembered if it was this. It's possible that people just haven't really tried to do what we're attempting to do. What are pact level blueprints? Pact level blueprints can include static meshes, instant static meshes, BPs. They don't support per level overrides. Level instances do if you enable overrides in version 1.5. You can read more about it here. I mean, is it possible that I need to enable something that's like prototype? Experimental level streaming persistence framework. I'm gonna be honest, we probably want to check that out. But it is experimental, which means it is broken and not working correctly. Oh. How you doing, Chiza? And an old childhood Flash game of yours? VR Defender Y3K. By Armor Games. I do remember Armor Games. I don't know which game that is, though. It seems kind of sucky. You'd think if the data layer is just like, I don't know, just the transforms and setup of different actors, that it would be easy to just duplicate that. And maybe it doesn't save. Well, it has to save that info. That's the entire point of it. I don't know. I'm worrying about nothing at this point. We will pretty much just have to make the proper level. Don't do that. Save current level. I did try Enshrouded a little bit. Not a whole lot, but I did try Enshrouded. It was pretty good. It's not bad. I can recommend it. If you're looking for a survival game with something interesting to it. Pretty good building too. I like the building system in that game. Let's see here, let's pull this in just so we have some light. Oh, I pulled in 2 weathers. Currently playing and shouted as we speak. A fun game. I was pleasantly surprised by how good it was for somebody that is kind of... I'm kind of tired of like survival crafters. But Enshrouded at least felt like if you had to pick one survival crafter to play, I would probably choose Enshrouded. Because it actually feels like they try to do some different things on top of the base. Okay, let's see. Now I worry that I'm just not using data layers correctly. Worth to buy. I don't know what the price is right now, but isn't it like around 30 bucks or something for the game? I don't know if it's on sale. Yeah, I'd say it's definitely worth it. I really did enjoy it, and it's still, you know, progressing. It's still in early access. I mean, worst case, you can pirate it. You can try it out and see if you like it, and then just buy it if you like it. What I can say is that I pirated it, I tried it, I enjoyed it, and I think at some point in the future I will buy it. But not right now because I don't have the money. 3 new comments. Comments on my mods. I mean, how would we break this up? If we had to assume data layer structure for Redlock facility, like we have Redlock, this is the root, right? This is the level. We will have the main shaft, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We're just going to build out level 6. Which is the bottom level. So we're ignoring this. Level 6, this could be like a private one, I think. Because I don't really see any point in hiding the entirety of level 6, but we can use that more as like just for structuring. Like, assuming that the level looks something, you know, contained, which is what it should be. So we have an entrance and an exit. We're gonna have the platforms. But even then, this might be structured in a way that we don't see anything between these areas. And rather than putting all of the platforms into one data layer where they are either all loaded or not loaded. Depending on the type of platformers, that could be a little bit important to do, right? Especially ones that have kinematic changes, because then we are doing animations and calculations. If they're not kinematic and they're just static, it's not a big deal because they will be using nanite anyway. It'll be loaded into memory, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. We can always go back and we can always, it is pretty easy to split up an existing data layer. So maybe for now we try to keep it simple and just put all the platforms into one data layer. And then we can break it up as needed. Because I don't want to worry about it if I don't know what it looks like yet. Let's put it that way. More polished in its early access state than a lot of full releases. I agree. I concur. Let's just put down some stuff to work with at the moment. We can always make a blockout level 2. That way it's always there, but we just don't have to load it. Maybe that would be smart. Do that instead. Okay, we'll make the blockout our current data layer. We're not going to put anything in the main layer yet, or the main layers. And make one more new one. And we'll add these to the testing. Let's get a player start. What's it called? Oh, it is called player start. Make sure we override the game mode. Game mode should be fine. We created a global. Activate these at runtime. Be good. I don't know what the main shaft should look like yet, so let's just ignore that. Let's work on a rough blockout for a cavern. Would it be nice to have some different materials to use here too? The orange can be our lava. I do wish we had some tools to, you know, like have a good test of how far the player can jump. Some arcs. I've been meaning to make that, like making a mannequin we can place down for size with arcs that we've calculated the distances for jumping, both sprinting and not sprinting. You could probably calculate that pretty easily. Like, I could just get the point at which we jump. Just do a line trace at the time of jump. And then at land. We should have states for that too. Let me see if I can get those numbers. Are there there are not dispatcher. I'm kind of surprised they made this without dispatchers. Pretty wild. There are events for movements. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's very simply scope creep. What's scope creep? Your mom's scope. Location. Every you're not wrong, everything is scope creep. That's unfair.
Daddy.
Oh. Nope, other way around. Yeah, we can print a log too. Why did that print on the first one? Oh, because of the... Hold on. Where's my... Joe, thanks for the follow. Why? Is World Deltas? That's not the right one. Oh god, what's the node called? For seconds that the game's been running. Game time. Game time. That'll just prevent it from running at the start. But if we give it a second, okay. So about 295 on flat is our jump. No sprinting. Which is about 3 meters, right? And about 512 for sprinting. In order to draw a... which I think can be done in editor, right? Can you draw a debug like arc? Probably not, right? There's create arc path. Can we just create a spline? Why could we not create a spline? There is the predict. What does that need in order to work? Needs the velocity. In which case our distance doesn't matter. Let's get the let's get the launch velocity at time of I don't think I could just grab our own velocity, right? I could grab the velocity of the movement component. No, I can just grab our velocity. Let me try this instead. We want a visibility trace. Ignore self just to be safe. Do a persistent debug. Sim time. It's only gonna fire once. It's not gonna be firing every frame, so we can let it sim for 10 secs. We do like sex. We don't need to apply any mesh to this to look good. You know, we can just let the debug do its work, because it'll be an editor only. But I want to pause it. I want to do a small delay. And then pause the game. Hold on. Know anything about JavaScript? I know you shouldn't make a game in it. We should land at the red. I mean, it does look correct. That is not where we landed. Way lower. Our gravity isn't messed up, is it? By chance? No. It's way shorter. Like 75%. What if I just multiplied the velocity by 75? Sign as, how you doing? You checking my game? No. No, I can't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you would expect to like pop into people's chats and just ask, can you try my game? And what do you think I stream for? I mean, it's possible that but the launch velocity. I don't get that. I mean, that works if you launch an object with an impulse. Hasn't it grown to be the next Notch? I'll tell you what, Notch never went to people's streams and asked them to try their game, having no other interaction or engagement in the channel. I will gladly try people's games if they're actually engaged in my chat. And don't just come in out of nowhere and say, can you try my game? Like, no. Don't you have friends? They don't know each other. I wonder if it's the position of the start position that I'm getting that's not working. Is it possible to get the position of one of the feet, maybe? At my Minecraft prison world. Can I just like get a bone name? I don't actually know what the bone names are of this. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hit bone. World space transfer. I mean, that should be what we want. What L? Try that instead. Don't click that link. Oh. Make a green Coke. I really do appreciate that. I should have deleted that in the first place. Okay, hold on, that looks a little bit better. It's not completely accurate though, is it? It's not accurate. Oh my god, why? Oh fuck. How hard is it just to predict a fucking jump? You'd think there's some built-in system for predicting where a jump is gonna land, right?
Mr. President, wake up.
Up. Hey, new Pumpkinhead. What's up?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Oh. Wait, what is this? Original position plus velocity x times time velocity y times time. I do want to try that math. Out of curiosity. I'll pull it over there for a sec. What's this math it's telling me? Oh, wrong one. Two times velocity z divided by gravity. Okay. There's like a math expression, right? I never tried one of these. That's too much work to try. That's too much work. Hold on. Where's a multiply? God, these need to be floats. I had to type things in. That was too much work. It's our velocity Z. Where's my velocity? Divided by gravity. Oh, you know what? That could make sense because I do think I set different gravity on the player's movement component. Never mind, I did not. You ever had chargeback fraud with Twitch? I heard it being pretty common. No, because I do donations through Stream Elements, which has protection for that. I've heard it being popular too, but I don't really get hit by those kinds of people. So I've never had to deal with it personally. This would only work on a flat surface though, wouldn't it? I mean, even then, I would like to see if we can get the right information. Draw a debug. We can probably just... Yeah, let's just do... Vector... Where's make vector? Vector 4. Or 2D. Make vector. Center, radius, sure, duration. Fuck that. This is so difficult. Probably much easier in C++. I'm gonna be real. Google was saying it's super common. I haven't had the issue ever, personally. mean, I could try getting the point at which we hit and drawing a capsule. The position of the final trace it did will not be the path if there is a hit. Well, I can just branch on hit and draw a debug sphere. Hold the line. Yeah, I use stream elements for the donations to protect against that. Why does it not draw it right away? Oh, it is. Kind of. It's weird if I do like little bunny hops, but maybe it's just... You know what maybe it is? Maybe it's the air control. Dramox, thanks for the resub.
Dramox just subscribed. CLAYMA6 crit.
I wonder if it is... Oh, it is really lagging with this. The fuck? Why does drawing these persistently lag the... Why are those so inefficient? What the fuck is Epic doing in the background? RTX off, please. PC crashing. You know, the funny thing is, if this computer does crash, the stream won't be affected, thankfully. I wonder if it's something to do with the character movement components, like air braking. Because we have braking, deceleration, falling. I'm wondering if that's affecting it in some way. Maybe not. Does the... Out of curiosity, does the motion matching project have jump prediction? I would like to have a prediction of the jump positions in a parabolic arc with hit trace, so that while building out levels, I can determine where the player would be able to land if they jumped from a specific location. Like if the player is standing up here, I want to be able to, you know, place, let's say, a blueprint, and it would show the arcs for stand jumping, run jumping, and sprint jumping, and where they would hit. If that makes sense. It'd be pretty cool to have, wouldn't it? Because otherwise I'm just like, okay, place these two actors, and I guess we just have to hope that this is a good distance between these for the player to, you know, be able to reach. Which in this case it is, but it could very well not be. I gotta fix the camera snapping too. But I don't know, it may be out of my wheelhouse. I could always ask Kotspur to work on something like that, because I think it'll be pretty important to the level design. Do we ever check how thin? Like, would I be able to theoretically climb up something that's... No. Oh. I know what the issue is with the camera. That snapping is weird. You know, imagine that this is like some very thin pipe. That would look really weird to see. Weird. That does work. Did you learn to test or even stress test the limits of assets? What do you mean? Doesn't look bad. Thin pipes shouldn't be a problem. it's because I'm still applying. Yeah, I don't know what that is. The weird anomaly. It's not super important right now because the end result is still fine. It's just that intermediary result. So we could always get that fixed up with some later polish. The good news is, so the original code for the advanced locomotion system would not usually allow for the player to jump up on these. My custom code does. It's a little bit more universal. But I think it also just gives us the ability to get a bit crazy with some of these jumping points. What's my mood board software called? What's it actually called? Hold on. Don't see it. I know I have it in. Oh, PRF, here it is. We Gucci. Say you downloaded assets and expanded on the functionality or even pipeline. How do you know how to test it to take it further other than just plain experience? How did you learn to do that? Downloaded assets and expanded on the functionality or even pipeline. Do you have an example? I think I know what you mean, but I don't want to assume. Cavern. Concept art. I want some caverns. I want something here that can inspire. This should be a very mineral-rich world. But I don't know if that should be in the shape of like crystals and crystalline caverns, although that would look pretty cool. More like exposed ore veins. But having some crazy structures could look pretty cool. I think this stuff looks pretty. Like for example, say you downloaded some random UE environment from Fab. Yeah, been there, done that. Expanding on their work. How do I know how to do? It kind of feel it out. I don't know, it's very intuitive. I like this. I like this one. This one looks sexy. I'm putting this one in. That's mine now. Oop, I forgot. Right mouse button is not the button. We do need the cavern to be relatively bright to avoid... Well, no, because Kotspur does know some ways to prevent lumen flickering, so that's not really an issue for us. But I do want magma flows. I want lava. There should be some danger here. This is a barren world. Igneous cave interior, I like that. Now this is where like the geothermal power plant is, right? So we do want those magma rivers. It is on the substellar point of the planet in which you would have the most extreme lava flows. Smegma, yes, exactly. How many of those images are AI slop? I don't know. I don't care. I think anybody who gets upset at like AI usage for mood boards honestly has never made a mood board, or probably has never worked in any industry where you've had to conceptualize a digital world. I'm not saying you are, Dramux, but I have seen people be against that. More like fantastical structure. Also stable diffusion. Nah. I like the large interiors. I mean, there wouldn't really be mining set up at this level. At this point, it would mostly just be open caverns. A little bit boring. I mean, there would be a lot of silicate material, and I guess, does silicate create large crystals? I guess we could go kind of crazy with it. I don't think it creates large crystals, though. I'm gonna be. I don't think there's like. I don't know if silica specifically creates these large crystals. I don't know if anything does. I'm against people who use it and then claim I made this. Oh yeah, like the people who like will make some AI slop and be like, guys, I just had the most grueling weekend prompting for 7 hours. But I finally made this perfect video. And it looks absolute trash. You know, there's just like things, like it's like some, I don't know, like first person shooter thing, and like at some point the gun that the character is holding changes entirely, and they'll like look right and there's like an ice cream truck, and then look left but then look right back and it's gone, and they just act like it's the most perfect, beautifully made thing in the world. Most people shouldn't read, write, or do anything by that logic. Yeah, I mean, people will think like having concepts or being inspired by something is horrible, not realizing that that's pretty much the entirety of human art. mean, most of these are just quartz, right? Like this Mexico one with these giant crystals, which I think is really cool. What are these made of? It's gypsum. What is gypsum specifically? Calcium sulfate dihydrate. Selenite or hydrated calcium sulfate. Would you find a lot of that in volcanically active areas? I don't know how this forms. Synthesis. That's not natural synthesis. Associated with sedimentary. Burn strata from as far back, blah blah blah, hydrate. How does this form? I mean, I suppose anything that can crystallize should theoretically be able to create extremely large crystals. Yeah, see, we wouldn't have lake and we wouldn't have water on this planet, so we wouldn't have gypsum. Like, is there anything that can theoretically create these large crystals like this? To result in this kind of structure, but with something else, that crystal. I mean, the planet is supposed to be very minerally rich, right? So something... Water. Well, you're putting that much thought into it. Thanks. Maybe it's a little bit silly, but the more it makes sense, the more I can put into the... I don't know, I don't like writing lore where it's just like, oh, this thing is this way. But like the most basic research of it would detail that that's not true at all. We can't do water though. Crystallization can occur by various routes, including precipitation from solution, freezing of a liquid, or deposition from a gas. Oh. Gas could be kind of cool. Which could kind of make sense too, because if we do like a gas, we could say that that's, you know, they mined into this large pocket unsafely, and maybe it was like a pressurized gas deposit that when it depressurized, it you know, it broke a lot of structures, and there was maybe something like that. Yeah, I want something that might be a bit science fiction but could still be possible within the laws or extremely slow cooling and having enough saturated sleep. Nice. I don't know if we would have that, because if we're on the substellar point of the planet, we would have a lot of convection of the mantle, right? So there'd be... I don't know how much possibility there would be for that kind of growth and stability. you making us do science? Shut up and help. Proto-crystalline. Microcrystal. Crystal growth. Single crystal. Snowflakes. That's you, chat. What kind of metal crystals make? I know there's I forget the name of this. I know there's this one, which could look kind of cool. Bismuth, that's what it is. What does bismuth need to form? I mean, it's just a regular ass element. So I would assume that it could just form by being heated and then cooling. And theoretically it could form pretty large crystalline structures. It could look pretty cool too. Like imagine seeing like a big bismuth cavern. You can shape it, this is true. Bismuth is very slightly radioactive. That's pretty well. Oh, it undergoes alpha decay with a half-life roughly 1 billion times longer than the estimated age of the universe. Jesus Christ. Like what, 1 or 2 years? It does have a low melting point. You're right, it does have a low melting point, and that may not make it fit for a hot magma cavern, right? I think it's cool, but that is pretty low. It's not that low, though. How hot is it near a volcano? It can't be that hot. Like, people get pretty close to volcanoes and magma, right? How hot is lava? I mean, well, no, because there's no atmosphere, so there's no air here, right? So if there's no air, then there's nothing to act as a buffer between you and the lava. So being, you know, like a few meters away, I would say that the heat would... There'd be nothing to capture the heat. So as cool as bismuth would look, I would think that because there's no atmosphere and there would be lava lakes, that the rock in between lava and, let's say, a supposed bismuth crystal would absorb quite a bit of that. But if there's nothing between that, there's no air, so... Invisible quantum fluctuations. There'd be a minimal, there would be lava. There's saturated water. The cave allows them to survive. Yeah, we can't do bismuth. Not bismuth, gypsum though. We could do metal, and I know bismuth is just, you know, one of those that is just so interestingly visible. But maybe there's something else that crystallizes in some interesting way. Copper crystallizes. Copper's got a higher melting point than bismuth. Amethyst, wouldn't amethyst need water though? Liquid nitrogen volcano. We wouldn't see a volcano, but we would see lava. Body-centered cubic, hexagonal close packed, cubic close packed. Oh shit. I mean, diamond could work. This is one planet. But you're on the substellar point of a planet whose surface temperatures reach upwards of 1,000 Kelvin. And it's a tidally locked planet. So there would be a lot of convection of material below the mantle. Hey Refix, how's grayboxing going? We're looking at metal crystals. This is how it's going. Stibnite looks pretty wild. It's a hell-like planet, yeah. It's not a great planet. But in our lore, it's very minerally rich in rare earth elements and heavy metals. We could create something. There is actually technically an element that I am inventing for the sake of our lore for the bounce pads. We could say that crystallizes. Honestly, we could just say, yeah, this is one of the elements that they have discovered was in high abundance here. And it has a high melting point, which means that it should remain pretty formed on walls in magma caverns. Could be done. Could be done. I forget the name of it though. I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't know where I wrote it down. But I can find it. Halenium. Used in proprietary repulsive material. So we could say it is like that halenium is, we do mention that it is a metal, so we could say that it is a very rare metal found in abundance on this planet.
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
T-Rex. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. What's this? You know what? I know Elden Ring, like, we could just say... You know those crystal caverns like this? We could make sections like this, but instead of these purple, you know, magical crystals, they would be the Halenium crystals. And it would look similar to... like some of these clusters. So like take this and just blow it up to massive proportions so that the player can like walk through, and it's quite visually complex. That could work. I like how those form. We could probably mix some of these ideas too. We could even say that there's, you know, maybe Helenium crystallizes in a similar way to bismuth. Have any magnet attraction repulsion mechanic? Yes. Yes, in fact, Helenium is a revolutionary new metal discovery that has repulsive properties, which is how they make bounce pads in the R&D department of the facility. We got fucking lore for days. I think it'd be pretty cool if we say like Helenium crystallizes in a similar way to bismuth. And we could have like bismuth caverns. That would be amazing. These look like shit. Look at all this AI bullshit. Those look kind of cool. I take it back. Some of it's kind of cool. I mean, because I look at something like this and I'm like, okay, let's say that the player is climbing up this and the player is pretty fucking... like, player being this size. I think we could do some pretty fun stuff with that. With a giant Helenium crystal structure. Although, I feel bad for Rex because Rex would have to model it. Rex, do you want to model a massive structure that looks like this? Maybe there's a way we could do it procedurally. Using some, not fractions, fractals. Oh, yes. Think I'm gonna have aliens? No. No aliens. Make it tiny, then just blow up the scale. I mean, theoretically, we... there's gotta be some way, right? Because this is almost like fractal generation. Doesn't Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West use this material inside their game? I don't know. Do they? I didn't play it because they made her ugly in the second game. I just never got around to playing it. Holy shit, look at this. Big old chungus. I do kind of worry how Lumen might play with something of this size. But we could always make it not affect global illumination, and then we could place lights down to mimic colors. So we can kind of we can do whatever the fuck we want with it. Would not be a big deal. Yeah, issues for later. You're right. Issues. I concur. What I do think though is that we definitely would find it cool to be platforming up crystals of metal in caverns with magma rivers. I mean, we could even just make these a backdrop, right? For instance, if there's a large lava lake or something down there, we can always have these larger structures on the other side of it so the player can't get to it, but more just like for visuals. Where's that Elden Ring? I'm in chaos. There's just one planet. It's a red dwarf star with a volcanic shitty planet that previously people thought didn't have anything of value on it. But, and this is a but with two T's, groundbreaking hyperspectral imaging and mass spectrometry of the LHS 3844 system in the Indus constellation revealed a geological jackpot. Previously thought to be an extreme barren and airland waste of time world nearly 50 light years away from Earth, LHS 3844b was actually ripe with valuable mineral deposits, enough to warrant a full mission. However, they would have to build a mining facility near to the substellar point of the planet, making it one of the riskiest and most dangerous excursions exolith extractions had ever undertaken. I like this. I like how this looks. What? Like, you know, even if there is like a lava river running through here or something, and this is just for backdrop, I think this is a backdrop. Otherwise, a cavern would just kind of be boring to jump around in if there wasn't anything visually impressive. And being the start of the game, we do need to tutorialize the player a bit, so having some easier jumping sections at the start is very much acceptable. Starfield come. Good. I'm into it. Ooh, I like that. We probably have more red light than anything, though. There wouldn't be any plants or anything. Actually, the save of Minecraft is kind of a good reference here. We want like this big underground lava lake where the geothermal plants can be. Pretty crazy looking. Lava Lakes Dog Wiki. What does that mean? It's a dog wiki. Ark Evolved had something? Should I just throw a Minecraft shot in there? Doing it. We'd be like 2.5 kilometers underground, so there shouldn't be any natural light seeping into here. It's a crazy image. What am I looking at? This underground? Cool image either way. Like Satan's butthole. Damn. Ate a little bit of Taco Bell, didn't he? Birth of Lava Tube. That's pretty cool. Place WoW expansion had a super cool idea for a zone. Everything is underground, but there's a giant crystal on the top of the cavern that illuminates the whole area. The crystal goes dark every so often, so it generates a day-night. That is pretty cool. That's a cool idea. There's not like a whole lot of expansive lava lake images. Fortnite. Uh-oh. That's actually kind of nice. I do like the stalactites and stalagmites creating these pillars with a lava lake. We don't want, you know, I don't want it all 24/7 of your time playing the game just to be jumping and platforming. And I think having some relaxing walking sections here and there is nice, especially at the start of the game. And that's where we can get into, like, start making the crystals. And I think it'd be nice if we create a pathway in the first section that looks natural, but is the path that the player has to take, right? Because if we just draw an you know, Elden Ring's crystal caves are a great example of how they don't show you where you need to go, but you have a pathway that you can go with them, and you kind of need to discover that in the moment, right? You need to think, where can I jump to here? Oh, I can jump here. Then I can jump here. Do you plan to have hub zones? In a sense, yes. Yes. We will get to those at some point. Elden Ring Crystal Cave. It's not the Celia Crystal Tunnel, though, is it? No, it's not Celia. I know which one it is. I don't know what it's called. But I know exactly the one that I'm thinking of. I have to find it. Where's Grace? Fuck off. Where's the sights of Grace? Okay, it is. It's a hidden one that houses one of the mages who's dead, and I think it's not where you get Comet Azure, but it is where you get the one of the unique outfits. This one. No, this one. Mount Gelmer. Maybe it is the one. Maybe it is Lusat's. Yeah, Celia Hideaway. Found it. This has the hidden areas. So the way that this was built, I really liked, where you just had the crystals. And you had multiple sub-locations that you would get to via the crystals. So the pathway felt more natural. And I think this is a pretty interesting, good start to the game, is to do some platforming like this. It is meant to be a very easy to medium area in terms of challenge, and there will be some optional challenges, primarily turning on the geothermal power plant, since that will be in the lava lake. But I like this. I like that a lot. Dark Souls at a crystal cave, you had to somewhere invisible, so you had to use items to find a way. I do like that. That's pretty fun. I love all the hidden chambers in Elden Ring. I mean, we're gonna have some stuff that we can hide away too, like building components and whatnot, and neurologs. So there will be some optional things that we can hide away from the player. But I think this should be a relatively safe start, with some sections that are a bit more dangerous, just to get the player initiated with how it feels to jump and control the character. You know, it is meant to be like a 30 to 60 minute section of the game. So we should aim for those kinds of crystals. Cavernous sections with some hot spots or some spots of lava, but still a relatively safe path forward until we need to get a bit more hellish with it. But it should feel very natural. I think that would be one of the key parts of it, is just this should feel completely natural. Should feel like alive too, with all the volcanic activity. Very lava lit, of course. Supersized metal crystals. Selenium crystallizes like bismuth. I think I spelled that right. Yeah. No. Yes. Okay, give me a second, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Me. Hey guys, don't let me forget today to check out the DLSS 4.5 video. I have not seen that yet, and I am very
Daddy.
curious to check that out. Where's the video for it? It's only 3 minutes. We'll check that out at some point. How about there's a free pack stylized modular crystal mine would work for gray boxing? I think I actually have that. That could work pretty well for gray boxing. But for right now, I want to literally just box it. Although I do wish I had some stuff like splines, but we're just going to go with boxes. I'm just going to keep it very simple with colored boxes. I don't want to get tempted to start throwing in like other assets because it would just... I feel like it would distract me, you know? The good news is I've never been distracted in my entire life. Why am I making purple crystals? I guess it doesn't hurt to have those. I don't want like a light brown. Okay, and finally, can I get a... Where am I missing my character? Where's Manny? Or Quinn, I don't really care. Go. I think like a smaller entranceway would be pretty cool. So it feels like this is your only hope. You know, everything else is broken. This is kind of just an opened up space. We can make the player have to climb up into it. Should be doable. Yeah, that should be doable. Technically, the player can crouch, right? We didn't remove crouching. We did not remove crouching. What's the hotkey to switch between local and world? Control and... That's horrible. I hate that hotkey combo. Control and tilde. I mean, as long as we have the basic blockout of where the player should be platforming, we can then just open up areas and throw in like lava and stuff. So if you remember with like Colton Chronicles, we had in the cave the basic rough structure. Like let's just do like a cross section. And the player just moves around here, right? But we can then bite off areas to have some more visual interest to them, but they're not really relevant to our blockout right now. So we primarily just want to care about where the player is actually traversing. We do want to angle this slightly up, right? Because we need to actually end up at... How many kilometers up do we actually need to go up from this? Like 1 kilometer. That is not a small amount away. But we can do like a, you know, like a destroyed elevator or something, or an elevator that was supposed to go down to geothermal. Maybe it goes up partially of the way, but then gets stuck. So we don't have to have like just 1 kilometer straight of platforming, obviously. But we do need to traverse this amount of distance total. This is assuming that we were at 3 kilometers. It should actually be closer to about 2.5. It's like 2.5 to 3, so let's do 750. It is a long, yeah. I yeah, it is. It is. It fucking is. Look, that's the game, okay? That's the lore. You're mining into the mantle of this planet to extract resources. This is just how it is. Don't look at me. I don't make the rules. I just think them up and write them down. Space travel, but a jetpack was too. Your jetpack was damaged in the fall. Like the lore is, so you know they're mining at the facility. That this is actually part of the lore. They're mining the facility, right, to go deeper, to finish up building out level 6. You're up here, roughly overseeing the safety, and you're talking, you're bickering with somebody. You're like, no guys, you got to be more fucking careful, you retards. What are you doing? And he's like, no, we got to go fast because that's what our CEO told us to do. And of course they go fast, and they hit this this pocket, causes a rock burst, and you fall on your back. Your reactive foam does save your life, but a lot of your exosuit systems are damaged, including like your comms and all this other shit. So that's why you have to traverse your way back up. And also, fuck you. Okay, we can have some lava here. Let's go with... Let's not do crystals yet. But we want to get the player up here, so let's do some exposed rock on this wall. Maybe we could do like a small jump here. Pull that. Pull that. Got some lava flow. Specifics don't really matter too much right now. You know what I think we should have for like areas where the player is meant to climb up? I'm going to use a different color just for the sake of being able to easily see it. Because it is a blockout, and I think visual clarity during a blockout is really important. Yellow paint. No, this is just for blocking out. No, no yellow paint. You know what we'll do? I'm going to put yellow paint in the game, and it's always going to lead to a dead end with nothing. Every time. How do you feel about that? piss. I'm just kind of eyeballing it at this point. Do a side quest, you find a dead guy with a yellow paint bucket climbing out. If you do that. Like he was... like he was trying his best to help people that might have been alive behind him by saying, look, I tried to, you know, paint you where to go, but then, you know, he dies or something. It's just spilled paint. Or he slips on his paint and he falls. Because it hadn't dried yet. Once your handheld get more lost. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Like, there's... What game recently didn't have yellow paint and I was actually quite happy with that? Something came out recently that didn't have yellow paint and I was very impressed with it. I'm making an alternate path for people who actually have skills. This is for the speedrunners out there. There's no way that works, right? That's a little bit too steep for running up. I don't know what our maximum angle for running is. Let's see if I can if I can actually like climb up that if I hit the side of it. Yeah, you can. That'll be for the speedrunners out there. That's a good one to show off like sprinting. It's a pretty good length for showing that. And an easy fall too. Dean Takahashi would get stuck though. And if you guys don't know who Dean Takahashi is, just let me know. I'll show you exactly who. Who? I'll show you Dean Takahashi. I will show you all of Dean Takahashi's greatest hits. Dude, he's got video essays on him at this point. Here's Dean Takahashi trying to play Cuphead. By the way, this guy is a professional game reviewer. The journalist incident. This was also the guy who played the first Doom. Here, I'll you know, you guys get to judge if this is good gameplay or not. Dean Takahashi. Professional video game reviewer, by the way. He gets paid. He gets paid to do that. What do you get paid to do, huh, chat? Yeah, that'll be instant death, so that's a little bit of risk for people who want to take the fun way up. Watch me, technically. I kind of envy you guys who are like in jobs where you can just like sit back and chill with like a video on the side. I don't know, you have to like talk to a customer every like 30 minutes or something. I have a friend who plays with a quad stick and his gameplay looked like that when he got into FPS games. Like fucking, what's a quad stick? Oh, is this for like, oh, is this for people who are disabled? I see. I mean, but that, at least you have an excuse. Dean Takahashi is just, he's just a guy. He has no excuse. He's disabled by choice. He looks old. He looks incapable of playing games. Reflexes aren't what they used to be. Hey, if I can beat Doom. Actually, I don't even know what I beat Doom on. I think I played on the... whatever the difficulty is where it wasn't permadeath, because I didn't like that. I don't even know if it had achievements for it. I don't think it did. I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't have achievements for difficulty. Oh, it had one for Ultra Nightmare. I played it on the one that was below that. Because Ultra Nightmare was the permadeath. Okay, never mind. I was gonna show off, but I can't show off. If you guys want, we could make the orange glow a bit just to simulate being lava. I don't know if I put an emissive alright, I did. Better. I'd love for the player to like jump across a big crystal here. We're not going to do level art yet. Keep in mind, this will just be primarily level design. As a level art, we might say, oh, there should be more crystals over here, but these are just for like show. The player can't really reach them, or isn't supposed to be able to. We're just going to focus on the level design itself. Hmm. I kind of like to go down and around this way, but for it to be an easier section, so it is dangerous, but it is also easy, just like kind of the first introduction to required danger. The player wouldn't really be able to lose much time doing this anyway, so not a big deal. If we want to, we could make like a basic game timer just for the sake of testing, just to see how long do each of these sections generally take us to do, knowing that we know the route and we're pretty good at it. So ours is the most, not speedrunny, but it is on the above average side of things. I could do that pretty fast. It would almost be a little bit easier if I had the MVVM installed, but I think just for now what I can do is take the main game HUD, throw in a timer. It doesn't have to be accurate, it just needs to be relatively accurate, you know? My good game. Although delta time would probably suffice too, because it is. Yeah, we'll just use it. This stops when the game is paused and it's affected by slow-mo for any reason we have that. I can format that, I think. I can format second. Time seconds to string. Perfect. Like, I made it. Where is it? I didn't actually put it in the HUD. That was my issue. Actually just anchor it like this. Size to content. Place. That works. For a little bit better visibility, I can add an outline to that real quick. What's in front? Yep, that'll work. Okay. And let me give this this Quinn no collision. I can run through her if need be. Beautiful. Okay. Can we actually get up here? It's quite a jump. Oh yeah. A little wonky there. Oops, I forgot to jump. The good news is we can always just move something a little bit closer if we feel it's a little bit too long of a jump at this stage. Yeah, so like we've got the player over the Danger Will Robinson section. We can have like some scaffolding or some lighting up here to show, you know, to help guide the player that they need to get up here, because I want the player to be able to like stand back here and kind of see, okay, I can jump over to that. I need to get up here. There's like some scaffolding or some mining equipment or a body hanging over the ledge or something. Whatever. Yellow paint. No yellow paint. But we can have something guiding the player up there, and we can show the pathways. If we want to diverge here, we can. We can create like a harder pathway and a simpler pathway, and let the player choose. I'm all for making harder sections that are optional, because I think that that's just more interesting. Introduce some player choice, and on top of that, we introduce player choice that has consequences. So speedrunners who are really good at the game, or who are really good at sections, can optimize their route a bit better and say, yeah, I'm going to take this route, which is pretty risky but fast, and get up there quickly, or I have to go all the way around, then climb up this side or something, right? Let's do that. We want like a cool waterfall, or not waterfall, but lava fall. I want one. Executive decision. Only a little dangerous. But reachable. Pretty high. It's too high. Technically speaking, right now, if the player holds an input, it continuously checks for mantling. I can easily disable that though and require that the player actually press jump again at points where they feel they can. But it might be a little bit finicky, so. Can be some like exposed bullshit or something. How fucking locked in I am. I've always been kind of jealous of like LD and LA at some points because it's just like you can sit there with assets that you didn't have to make and just make something look pretty. It's pretty chill to do some like level design. I don't have to code anything. I can just be like, what if the player jumps up here? Oh, this would be cool if the player can jump up here. That's... It's challenging, but not a crazy amount. Let's... Get up there. I probably could. You can actually climb there. Can you just walk? No, the capsule kind of pushes off there. Okay, no, I'm into it. I'm all for that. I like forcing the player to crouch a little bit. Maybe make a backwards jump this way. I'm down for it. That would be a pretty long jump though. Dragon, thank you so much for the raid with 22 people.
Raided my stream with 22 viewers.
Hi guys, happy Tuesday. Guys and gals, how's it going? Welcome to some chill blocking out. I hope you had a fun stream. Happy Tuesday, what were you up to today? Ooh. That's a bit of a butt. I don't think it's very easy to jump off there. Kind of hard to see your character too. Maybe we can have like a little section jutting out so that you don't have to look into your character's ass. As much as I like that. Hey, Avocado. How was the stream? Happy Tuesday from Poland. Land of Polacks and cabbage and vodka. And femboys. Got too carried away debugging, really tired now. That's a good thing, nah. Making your game more stable, that's always a good thing. That is a pretty fun jump. That should be like the challenging section, the optional challenging section, and we'll have a little bit of an easier but longer section this way. Although if it's easier, wouldn't that take less time? Guess it depends on how long it takes you to do this more optimally. We'll go fast. We'll Sonic it. Okay, it's about 17 seconds. You can probably get it between 16 to 17. Okay. Do I have a note? I have a note. Can I place something down that acts as a note? Yes. I do have something that can kind of act like that. My helper with tooltip can work in that way. Timings. Left, more challenging. Side is about 17 seconds. Beautiful. What kind of game are you working on? I'm gonna place this more up though. You? Yeah. So we can steal the idea, of course. That's why. Thanks for the follow, Avocado. Yeah, you can't jump up there. I like that. It's small enough that you can't climb up, but you can crouch along it. That's good. But if we move that up, we can probably send that out. That's a bit far. Portal platforming with object permanence gimmick. Oh, that's pretty cool. Object permanence. That's something that babies don't understand. And you know, sometimes I don't even understand it. I once had my, I don't know, just the other day I asked my wife something. The answer was like directly in front of my face, and I had just acknowledged the answer. And about 2 seconds after I said the thing that I already knew, I asked my wife about that thing. Because I had forgotten within like 2 seconds. Needless to say, she was very concerned. Yeah, that introduces some danger. I like that. This will be then the easier side. That should still remain about 17 seconds. But if we end up making this too tall to directly jump up, then we can use this so that the player can... The player just jump there. I guess so. Doesn't matter. Good enough. Good enough, I'm happy. Looks hard as fuck. Okay, well that's the optional. That's an optional harder path. We will then have a slightly easier... Shut up, bird. I didn't ask for your opinion. No, we're gonna have an easier path that goes this way. It'll be a little bit longer though. We can put a timed platform down here if we want. Do you want to introduce the player to timed platforms right now? We could. But it's like this is an optional easier path. We want to introduce the player to timed platforms already. Is there like some way that we can introduce the player? Maybe we'll just do it later because we have to go. This one level has to go up this far. So I don't really think we are running out of. I don't think we're running out of space. We have options. We've gone up maybe 2 washing machines. As an American, that's how I judge distance. This is about 2, maybe 3 washing machines in height. That needs to be thicker. Let's widen that up a bit. Let's put here. I don't like that because it's blocking the. This is like a level art issue at this point. This is blocking the lava waterfall. I hate that. I hate everything about it. That's better. Now it's not. Now it is not blocking the lava waterfall. Lava fall. I'm just calling it a waterfall. Yeah, you can't stop. Where's my music? There we go. Alright, this should just be a pretty easy player falls here kind of thing. I mean, the player could even fall down there and save some time. Speed running. And then we'll take the player around. And up in a bit more of a challenging way here. He really just needs to take longer. That's really the only kind of goal here. I kind of like that. Look at the feet, IK. Can you imagine your ankles doing that? Holy Jesus. That's Professor Lockhart after he tries to fix your ankle bones. Maybe it's a little steep. I can lower it a little bit. The angle of that might mess with the... Well, I mean... Yeah. I mean, we can always have like a separate smaller one that kind of juts out. That could be the more obvious, hey player jump here kind of thing. And that shouldn't be a problem for them. Can't really move forward. We could always place some custom collision or just let the player do a little bunny hop. I think either works. Make an archway here. Unmarked grave next to Arch Stanton. You know that reference. You are very cultured. You know what I want here? I want a crouching section here. I want the player to crouch. A little bit claustrophobic. The player can crouch and then fall on There we go. It's really not important right now if it's jutting or not. It's that's a level art thing. Worry about that later. Let's pull another one of these over. Okay, this should be easier than the other section, but just longer. Look at, I mean, that's the most precarious part. I could always put like a safety net. I don't mind here if we coddle the player just a little bit. Okay in my book. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That should act as a pretty good catch, just in case. I mean, maybe here it's needed where that juts out, but I'm okay if the player is like, okay, you know, that's pretty risky. Let me take my time. Try not to rush. If the player falls here, they'll be fine. No gap here, so this should be okay. Player can walk out here, but there's not really any reason to. Like this. I don't think that'll be too low. Bit of a risky. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That should be pretty doable. And let's see. Final stretch to get up here. This is gonna look so good with mesh blend too. This is like the perfect environment for mesh blend to just do its job, even if our assets don't align very well. I'm really excited to use it. How's the game design going? I think the level design is going pretty well. Let's test how long it takes to get through this easier section. Well, that falls kind of... That fall... We can lighten that a bit. I mean, the player can just kind of go boom, boom, boom here. They should be pretty equidistant, right? You kind of have like 3 pathways here. You can go this way, or this way, and they're very similar. Doesn't really matter which way we test. I'm gonna kind of speed run it. Oop! Right, I have to crouch there. Hold on. 100% that already feels way longer than the other section. Oh, that block there kind of fucks me. How you doing, Sean? What's up, man? What'd it do? You're addicted to Minecraft speedrunning. Well, I hope, Sean, you will play my game, which is a precision platformer that is quite speedrunner friendly. I will speedrun it good. Hey, I'll give you a key very early. Ah, shit, now it's too low. And we can move it up a little bit. Try it again. It is definitely longer than the other section. About 27, 28 seconds, which is about 10 seconds longer than the other section. An amazing idea for a game. You made it 4 players, they were all chained together. I have a really kind of hot take. I have no interest in playing or making co-op games like that. I don't hate them. I just, like, said here is this narrative-driven single-player platformer. That sounds way interesting to me than something like Chained Together. And slaps are antidepressant. Maybe it's because they don't have any friends to play with. It seems more difficult to coincide game time with other adults than it does just to double click on a game whenever I want to. I have you. I do play co-op games from time to time, but they're often like Deep Rock Galactic or GTFO, where I play Arc Raiders as a co-op game. I have, how many hours do I have in Arc Raiders? I have 57 hours in Arc Raiders. I have only ever killed one player, and I killed them because they were attacking another player. That was the only time. And I saved that player. I saved that French guy. Like 200 hours of Arc Raiders in 2 weeks and then never booted it again. Did you play Stella Montes? Because that was a pretty cool map. I think it's one of those games you can just come back to whenever they put out new content. Stella Montes was pretty cool. I liked it a lot. And man, it printed money. I liked how easy and casual the game is. At least when I played, Stella Montes was pretty chill. But I played very early on, so it wasn't really... Okay, so here's the thing. If the aggression... I think they've confirmed now that the aggression-based matchmaking is in place. Nearly every game that I get into, it's about like 85 to 90% of the games I get into, I'm never shot at by another person. Ever. And my first run of Stella Montes, nobody attacked each other. We were all just chatting and talking about the new map and like exploring it. It was great. You kill on sight everyone? Yeah, your matches are probably just absolute chaos. Because all of mine are super chill. It's just like, how you doing? Hey there. Hey, you want to help me take out this arc? Sure, let's do it. Thanks for killing it. Let's share the loot. I made a TikTok called Dad Destroyer where I betrayed dads. I only help people. I will just take like a hole cracker. I'll go kill a bastion and then I'll just tell everybody in voice chat. I'm just like, yeah, you guys can loot it. I don't give a shit. I don't have enough inventory space for all of it anyway. The people I betray. Well, you wouldn't be in my matches anyway because you're too aggressive for my matchmaking. Alright, the player's gotten up here. How do we want this to look beyond that? I mean, a hole cracker though is like it's more risk and not really worth the reward to kill somebody in Arc Raiders. Like, I compared my stats after the same amount of playtime as people who did PvP, and I had double the progression. I had everything upgraded, like everything. I had twice as much money as them, and I usually had twice as much XP as them by not attacking other players. So PvP is actually the least optimal way to play Arc Raiders by far, which I think is amazing. I didn't do the expedition, no. I didn't really have any desire to. If I played more like 200 hours like you, I might have done it, but Rows of Bobcats. At 50 hours, I had gained, I don't know, it was like 5 million? For money. I didn't have any space for anything. Everything upgraded. I had, you know, rows and rows of Bastion and, what's the other one? The other mid-size one. A lot of that. Yeah, I had to sell meds. I don't know what it was. Either way, like, I had just rows of a whole bunch of oranges that I didn't want to sell because I was hoarding them. But eventually I just started selling everything. And runs were like 70 to 80k in profit. And anytime somebody killed me, I would lose like maybe like 20k. So the most optimal way to play for me was just PvE. Large enough to walk under. I'm okay with that though. Now the game was fun, but it's very casual, very chill. I really enjoyed that. Very easy to make money, and all of the game systems incentivize cooperative play, which was, if it didn't do that, I wouldn't have bought it. But it's very much like an anti-PvP game, but PvP is still there for people that want to partake. And I think that's pretty cool. Reminded me a bit of like Fallout 76. In that way, where you have PvP, but it's so disincentivized that not very many people engage in it. That's Christmas. Christmas is pretty cool. I successfully made cider, made candles as well. That was pretty fun. What's that cave that's like super claustrophobic? Is that called Putty Cave? Maybe we could have some spaces like that where it just feels really claustrophobic. Is that called Putty Cave? Nutty Putty Cave. Okay, maybe it's a little bit too hardcore. The fuck, Ark? I want like a cave that you have to crowd. Fuck this. I know what I want to make. It's the year of GTA 6. Hell yeah, it is. I'm excited for that. Although I'm really curious. Number one, are they going to release online at the same time they release the campaign, or are they going to do it like GTA 5, where they release the campaign and then the online later? Are they going to merge GTA Online with GTA 6's world so that any of your progress, your characters, your purchases like cars, do they carry over? Are they getting remastered? Will you be able to play, if you own GTA 5 and GTA 6 and have them both installed, will you be able to jump between their worlds? They haven't announced anything about this. And with how much money people have spent on GTA Online, it would be crazy if they didn't, if they kept those worlds separate, especially in this day and age where people expect to have these kind of, you know, seamless shared experiences. People will still buy it, people will still pay money for it, but I think it's a missed opportunity if they don't. If they don't find some way to merge these worlds. I'm not saying that it has to be perfect, but it would just be, it would be really unenjoyable if you have Los Santos and San Andreas in GTA 5, GTA Online, right? But that now, what do they call it? Would it be GTA Online 2? Would it be GTA Online Legacy? With how much money they have, I really strongly feel they should remaster the world of GTA Online and have you be able to seamlessly jump between both of those worlds if you have them installed. In some way. I mean, come on, this is their billion-dollar game. Billions of dollars. How much money do they make from GTA Online? $10 billion. They have the money. Yeah, but like, what do they call it? Because they call it GTA Online and they have zero info announced about what's going to happen to all of the money and progress that people have in their already existing online persistent universe. At least say something about it. It's weird that there's nothing. Final mission where you kill your character. But they could still transfer like cars. I think GTA Online players would be pretty upset if you couldn't at least transfer some of your stuff. I don't know, it's just weird that they haven't announced anything about that, but I'm sure that they will. But it's like announcing Fortnite 2, but they don't say anything about what's going to happen to Fortnite 1. That's how wild it is. Okay, I want that to feel very claustrophobic. That is only semi-claustrophobic. I like that it gets thinner, but we can go a bit more hardcore on that. Yeah, they're doing some UGC stuff. All in all, I just want them to say something about GTA Online. Okay, we don't care about level art right now, we just care about the LD. But no matter how the player gets up there, the player gets up there. I just feel a lot more claustrophobic. in a good way. I can put some more crystals in here too to feel like that gypsum cavern. What's on Hightail? I think if it had come out when Minecraft was a lot more popular, with the audience that Hightail I think is aimed at, then it might have seen more success, which it was kind of intended to, right? But it's had horrible production. Not always because of their choice, but the fact remains. Bears did well. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's got a lot more competition these days than when it was announced, so I don't really know what to expect. I could put some work lights down here if we want, but I wouldn't mind if this was kind of impossible to get through, to kind of force the player through the small cracks. Like, not meant to be hardcore or anything, but just feeling claustrophobic is good. And that can lead into the next section. This will be like this is the starter section. And we only have that much further to go. For what's technically supposed to be about 30 to 60 minutes of gameplay. I think we're gonna be on the far side of that and maybe exceeding it. We can have some elevators though. We can do some elevators. We can do some elevators. At some point, we'll need the geothermal power plants, which will be the optional facility to repair here. I don't want to introduce that too fast, too quickly. LD for platformers got to be the hardest job of all. Well, I have 0 LD experience, and I've never made a platformer, so I guess trial by fire in this case, right? Trial by fire, indeed. We could move the player up a bit. So we could introduce a small elevator here that moves the player up. It'd be cool to open this up into a bit more of a pretty looking section though. Something kind of chill. Something that reminds me of like this. Give the player some easy path up to an elevator. It doesn't have to be that long in length for the room. Any raycasting in Fortnite? Bad, and you wouldn't think it'd be bad since it's Unreal Engine, but geez, it's terrible. You mean like just doing like a line trace? How is it bad? No line trace by channel. But it's Unreal. What do you mean there's no line trace by channel? The fuck do you mean? What do you line trace with then? Is it just visibility by default? Like code the channel yourself and code for the debug draw and shit? Why are you making stuff in Fortnite? Oh, because it pays a lot of money, doesn't it? I can understand it. I was gonna put a little bit of level art in, but I'm not gonna worry about that. I mean, it's just 1 or 2 boxes. I want to demonstrate that these like this is a wall here, and while the players platforming here, they can't see beyond this. I don't like the angle on that. Hold on. Better. And it's me? Okay, let me take a look. What was one of your favorite processes of game development? I've barely ever had to do it. So it's hard to say. I do enjoy it. Like it's chill. It's a lot of work. That's why you have people specialized in it. Can I share that screenshot, John? Did you copy the code from Unreal Source for debug stuff? Gemini 3 Pro. You could copy the source code for it, maybe. Make it easier for yourself. Because I think they have all of the draw debug stuff in like one header file. That's pretty wild that they don't have that enabled though. The CPP though? Yes. Yes. I forgot that it's verse. keep forgetting. I know a total of 0 Unreal developers that are excited about this supposed integration of verse in Unreal 6. Hey Bombshot, how's progress in Redlock 1? Great. We are doing some gray boxing. Or I guess not so gray, but we're creating the first level. Got to utilize pi, so it was great. And I've written up enough, except for like lore, but I'm gonna write up some of that stuff off screen. This is not the level art stage, but I just want to get some of the rough boundaries put up here. It's kind of my first time gray boxing, actually. My first time actually doing real level design. Unless you count some of Colton Chronicles, which I wouldn't. Build the game on Roblox before the real release. I don't know how they're even making verse, especially with AI nowadays. My job would be 100% easier if I learned CVP instead, because of how good AI is. Well, I mean, the thing is too, like, verse is supposed to be this weird middle ground between blueprints and CPP, is what they say, right? But it's like, if you are learning coding, you might as well just learn the CPP. And if your option is to learn verse, which only works with fucking Unreal and Fortnite, or learn CPP, which is usable across not just the entire gaming industry, but also, you know, software and other development, I would just learn CPP. It's easier to read, sure, but if I was given the option, like, I know blueprints, right? So verse is kind of aimed at me to say, hey, you know blueprints already, you know the basics of coding. Now you can code without having to learn how to use C++, I'd still just choose C++ because it's like, well, that will open up a million more options for me, and it's way more versatile and universal. And if I want to use a scripting language, I'd probably just use something else. Well, I don't know. What about coding? It's a weak point for you. If you really want to have an easier time with it, just learn coding basics outside of language. You could even just use magic nodes. Like, if you want to code but still deal with well, that's weird. If you want to code but still deal with blueprints, just use magic nodes. I don't get it. Unreal already has support too for other scripting languages like Lua. So I don't know. I probably should start to use magic nodes and learn that way and like slowly transition from that. I think you can debug just fine with blueprints and learn how to code just fine with blueprints. They're code behind the scenes anyway. But because of the easier entry point, there are a lot of people who don't know coding fundamentals but can blueprint. Where did this come from? What is this? Oh, we can just make that shorter. I didn't know that was jutting out so much. I feel like I spent months and months struggling on stuff that took me a couple days because I simply did CS50, like 2 or 3 Arduino projects. Like I made a big old open world RPG game and I was able to debug it just fine with blueprints. But I do know blueprints, so that was pretty easy for me. I don't need to worry about this right now. I'm not gonna get hung up on it. What is this? How much steel brain rot is making it for now? Put a month on graph. Jesus. Fucking hell. We're on 2 different topics. Yeah, don't worry. It's, you know, I'm so busy doing stuff. Sometimes I just misinterpret things. There are people who can do just fine and are not having a bad time. They keep getting the advice to just send it. Taking a couple months to learn code would make their life easier. Yeah, I think, you know, I do have friends who like know how to do some basic blueprinting, but they don't understand coding. And so they don't know how to apply, they don't know what they want to accomplish, right? If I'm like, okay, here's my data in, here's my data out, the first thing I think of is, what's the proper method? You know, what do we need to loop through here? What do we need to check? What are other functions that I might need to make to accomplish this? That's my understanding, right? Like, what's the most optimal variable to use here? Do we need to refactor the inventory or something? Whatever it is. But for a lot of them, it's like, you know, having a door where you walk inside of a sphere collider because that's what a tutorial told you to do, and never asking, maybe there's a better way we can do this, right? I mean, that's less interfering with 2 doors in the same spot or something, or are you even looking at the door? Do we want to have a tooltip here, right? Like, yeah. But I had to start there too. And I had to work my way out of that. You know, I started with Unreal Engine 4, like the initial release of it. So there was a lot of nodes that just weren't there, or they were very unoptimized. And you just kind of go through it bit by bit. Well, hey, Sean, you ever make something like that where you're making that much money? You are welcome at Micro Raptor Games anytime. And we will just make whatever the fuck we want. I don't like that's angled. I don't like how that's angled. Let me reset the rotation on that. Well, it's not too bad. Not too bad. This will be a calm section. We can even put like an audio log or something here, so while the player's walking, they have something to listen to. I think that could be nice. That's pretty big, isn't it? I gotta delete all my mannequins that I'm placing around here. We can just do a quick search and just search and destroy for those. Just like Venezuelan air defenses. Oh yeah, that's pretty big. I can make it a little bit like snaky. Came up with what I think would be a neat next project. Heard of cochlear implants years ago. I feel like I've heard of that. Thinking that cochlear implant has such a medically scary ring to it. The idea of a horror game where you're managing a hearing disability with some specific mechanic. A what disability? What's cochlear? I see. Kaka. Crystal level or idea you showed Google Images remind you of the level in Territory War Online. Also had a crystal level. Like being partially what, bomb shot? Just fucking with. Looking at my plan though, I love my job, but I don't get any input in what to make. Ugh. A few games I pitched literally went nuclear on Fortnite, which sucks. I want to go home in May. Make some of your own shit, make $2 million, fund 90% into a game studio, make a coding, not ambitious at all. No, I'd love to work with you. Like, we've known each other for a long time, and every day I wake up, I wish I had enough money to hire the people that I want to hire. Just be like, okay, dude, we have fuck around money, we have ideas, let's go crazy. Where do we want the goal to be? Is there like a button to quickly place down a primitive like you can with a light? Like a cube or something? there a way to do that? That would have been the game diff on the studio. Let's go like this. Let's go here. We need to angle up more. This can angle up a little bit. Keep that angle. General path. F? Did we F? No, we're okay. Be cool. Cool. Think with me? Okay. Don't scare me. Jeez. Was that a little hiccup? We'll blame Twitch. Blame Twitch. Too much gooning. So this will be an elevator here. We'll take it up quite a bit. I don't want to... I want this to be like a 60-minute level, maybe if we want to push it to 90 minutes, but we have to get all the way up here. Like, we have a long way to go. And clearing some space between this section and the next section will help us. We can unload this, you know, save some memory overhead. We can just like try to break it up into some sections here. We can say, like, theoretically this should have been an elevator that takes you back up to level 5, but it's, you know, not working because of accident. It can take you up to like this room or something. And we can have another elevator somewhere that takes you up there. And finish out that platforming. That's doable. And that's just one level of the game. But it is one of the ones with the most vertical difference. It's supposed to be, well, no, the next one is pretty big too. And then we start to get to 500 meters and then 300 meters and then, 150. So we'll have more horizontalness. It'll be flat, like your sister. Okay, I'm into flat girls anyway. Where's my platforms? Moving platform. We're just gonna place this down. I'm not gonna worry about the actor that's being used here. I kind of wish I could set the world. Oh, I can. There we go. Now it's pointing straight up. Oop. Alright, that is gonna have to go a long way. I can place some intermediary points though, just to ensure that the spline is gonna have weird issues. It shouldn't matter though. Now speed of this will be constant. Two meters per second. How long is it? Where's our number here? 190 meters. We want that to take maybe. We could make a Miyazaki elevator. So it could take about 5 minutes. Do we want to make a Miyazaki elevator? I mean, it's probably supposed to be safe. Like, some of those mine elevators do take a long time to go up and down. In all fairness, you hate Miyazaki elevators? If what you're envisioning is like a Dark Souls ladder that takes 10 minutes to go up one way and then you get smacked by some enemy and fall all the way to the bottom. Yeah. Elevators with long waits for dialogues. I mean, we can have some cool looking like visuals for this elevator. I don't think it should take, a million minutes to go all the way to the top, but it also doesn't need to be fast. And we do have a limit. Well, I'm not saying it needs to be that long, but it doesn't need to be 10 seconds either, because it'll be a bit too fast. 10 seconds would be 19 meters a second, which is just... That's gonna cause problems. It is like a mining elevator though, so... I don't know. really fast. I didn't see beats. We're gonna make it triggered too. I need to refactor a little bit to make these triggered, but nope. It didn't go up enough. If we divide it by 3, we get about 30 seconds. We can try for 4 meters a second. And we'll put some nice visuals on the way up. Not everybody is going to have an amazing computer with an NVMe drive to stream in and out. We do want to use this time to stream in the next area, which will be async. So we want to be a little bit careful with that. Had life going on for a little bit, stopped working on my game, but I keep thinking about working on it more. Yeah, take some breaks. No worries. If you grind all day, you're gonna get burnt out. You don't want to do that. Plus, it was just the holidays too, you know? You don't want to work too much in the holidays. We will need to refactor these to be timed with like a button or with proximity or something. We'll make a proper elevator, but for now it can just be a moving platform that we test. The prototype for this one is called Redlock. I still need to make a command for that. We're doing the gray boxing right now for the level, for one of the levels. First one. Getting a sense of scale and, you know, what do we want here? What's the player doing? Or how are we going to introduce them to different concepts, platform types? We could introduce them to timed platform. It'd be cool to have like a chasm. Although doing that corridor kind of defeats the sense of scale that we want this to have. Let me rethink that. Let's do a chasm. I like the chasm idea. Like the chasm. We could do a bit of a chill one and then like a more dangerous one. Or two. The coin game completes? Yes. It is up on Steam. We've had it up on Steam for like a few months. In September? I think. Either August or September. Yeah. We will do okay. We'll do the timed platform introduction here, with a place where you can fall but climb back up. I don't know what the lore behind it's gonna be, but I don't think we need to give a fuck about it. Like why a crystal platform might break and then reappear seconds later. I don't think players are gonna give a shit. Maybe they will. That'd be scary. How big is that? Okay, that'll work. We'll get the player right back up there. That shouldn't be too tall or anything. There's enough room for a couple. Depends on how much we space them, or if we put any walls in between. How do you have that mantling? This is the advanced locomotion character with my own custom mantling code pushed on top of their animations. Although I need to fix the camera because it's a bit snappy at the moment. Yeah, we tweaked it to be to use our own custom code for it. I hate animation. I hate animation too. I really do. We will probably be hiring an animator to fix some issues with our game though. We're all, we'll use some money to outsource. We'll see. Not part of the first playable though, because it is functional. Timed platform. Do I have a custom scale for this? It's weird that the debug isn't showing. How's that? I know that was working. Oh, because the default on the overlap mesh scale was 0. Shouldn't be that way. Where's our default? Oh, default's 0.95.951. I know why. Give me a sec. I know why. But I can fix it in a different way. No, with the default there is 0.95 as well. What the hell? Oops. I'm default. Why is that failing? Watching a video making a crafting system and it like super jumped me back into how we did that look in my game. Crafting system, huh? Where's my construction? Okay, why is this being a dick? It is a valid row. The platform data from table is correct. Why is it not updating the mesh data? Tileable sets up mesh and overlap. Overlap mesh offset, overlap mesh scale. Well, that's weird. Do we have an invalid, Okay, that's one issue. Potentially relevant. That probably is the relevant. What is it? Scale 3D is nearly 0. Why? Why is that? Yeah, it's not updating the mesh data at all. True. Platform data from table. I can see the overlap mesh scale there. Platform data, though, is set to 0. Are we hitting false? No. Still zeroed. It was old stuff, right? I'll show you guys what I'm seeing. Like, it's showing that it's valid, so it should be using platform data from table. It's set to true. So every location where we grab the mesh data, the relative offset, we know works. It's just the scale. Well, also the offset isn't being grabbed either. And I think mesh override is set up. No, it's not. That shouldn't matter. Because we have the fallback mesh. Well, the basic one, the platform base. We know that it's setting the overlap mesh to platform base. If valid, true. Otherwise, use platform base. It's like this isn't being grabbed or set properly. It's weird too because it's spitting out those errors when or warnings when I clear the data table row. Like, it's not finding that the default data. Is it because I didn't set the default data correctly for... Oh, that is part of it. That wouldn't have overridden the platform config from here, would it?
Daddy.
Okay, now it's taking it correctly from the row. That isn't set to true. We do set that to true though. Yeah, it's updated. Little bit awkward, but it's fine. All right, we'll fix that then. That can be set back to default too. This didn't have any modification. We can clear that, and there we go. Okay. Lingering small little issue with default value. How long do we want this timer? We'll probably just keep it default. This should just be the player's introduction to these platforms. We don't need to get too crazy with it. Over at those two chasms, we can go a little bit more wild with it. Doing your emotes. You forgot to put spaces in between. I don't know if the player could theoretically just jump. No, that's way too high. Yeah. That didn't happen. Which is a good thing for us. Very good thing. Yeah, then we make the player jump up over that way. Don't want to destroy the view too much. Oh, oh shit, guys. I'm tired. None of the stores are open today either. Lucky day. I think that'd be too, yeah, that's too steep for the player to jump, so they'd be forced to go this way. I mean, I don't mind making it, maybe there's like some speedrunning path we could make. Too high. Bring it down a little bit. Looks like it should be possible. We'll have to block this off a bit. Go like that. That's gotta be, oh, that's gotta be so close. That's gotta be so close. Which is good, like if it's doable, but oh yeah, see? Now we got the speedrunning path there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright guys, we're getting up to the crystal jump section. We gotta do it in one. Fuck. I can just see the speedrunners practicing that one over and over again. You'll line your pixel very closely with this right here. There's gotta be a way we can do it. How you doing, Chillin'? Happy New Year to you too.
Daddy.
Oh. You have to combine that with some of the other sound effects though. Feel like a platform, like. Shit. Ugh. Give me 1 second. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hear me. Hear me. We'll find some place to call it. I still want to watch that DLSS 4.5 trailer. That it's only the 3 minutes though. Give me a sec. Wish I had some pretzels right now. Do. What was I doing? I don't remember. I don't remember. Fuck it. Wasn't important. I want this cavern. I really want it to feel like this, but maybe with also a touch of like this. We go for a big fuck you arch, and then just massive crystals poking. I wouldn't mind that. But we need to frame, you know, a little bit of level art here, but we need to frame this. We could say like that would be the foreground. I mean, we don't have to have those poking so far up because maybe it does diminish the view that you get between that arch. The general idea feels pretty good. Oop. Like that. Gonna snake upwards. I don't know why, but it seemed like a cool thing to do. That can curve. That can curve downwards like that, I think. And of course we'll have to, you know, clean up the sides a bit, but that's the general, that's what you get bombarded with when you enter this chamber. So you kind of have to squeeze through this a bit, right? This is a bit more claustrophobic of an area. We will have some lava in the next room too. Squeeze through here. And then this opens up a lot more. I It feels good. Yeah, I like that. Got our speedrun tactic. I just missed. I like putting in the speedrun tactics, right? Little level cheats. Oh, I really want to be able to curve that. It's not a speed running game, but it is speedrunner friendly. But it's totally optional. Maybe it's doable. Like, I'm ignoring this too because I'm just assuming that we're gonna block this off in some way. I don't know how we want to do that, but something simple will do the trick. The normal route should be fully doable though. I'll try to curve the platforms a bit more so they are. Then we'll have something here. I mean, these will be something else, right? These might be like crystals that are there in some way, or have like larger bases, right? But then crumble if you stand on them for too long. So we'll find something to change these two to make more sense. I just don't have any geometry collection to break those into right now, so this is our placeholder geometry collection. Jump possible? Oh yeah. Easy.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Thank you for that. Just because I like cute anime dudes does not make me gay. It does? Aw, damn it. Guess we're kissing dudes now. You're in that orange. Ruined my day. Bigly. China. Those are dudes, always have been. I can't help that I like tomboys, okay? And sometimes anime, you never know what you're gonna get when you pull down those pants. I could make this not climbable. We do have the option to make, you know, if we do place one of these like really low, normally they are climbable. We can make them not climbable if we want. Is an option. Oh my, girls and femme. Yeah, the problem is that you never know what you're gonna get. Life is like a box of androgynous anime characters. You pull down their pants, you never know what you're gonna get. The system you made? Yes. Yeah. I made these platforms. From scratch. We could just start with these. I think these 5 are a pretty good introduction. But we could reduce their timings maybe a little bit. Let's go with a platform timer of 3 seconds, 2 seconds,
Daddy.
3, 1.5, 2.5.
Daddy.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You can do that pretty fast. I have to load up Golden Chronicles so that you guys can use the obligatory Golden Chronicles channel point redeem.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force. Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
You guys know me too well. You know I'll do it too. You know, I'm gonna make that like a little crystal. That's what I'm gonna do. Make a little chode crystal here. And it's gonna jut out. You're not gonna expect it. Much like the Spanish Inquisition. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could jump around there. But the main time skip would be right there. I need to know if you can get around that coin. I need you guys to speedrun this for me. I'm gonna be held up at 1 or 2 crystals poking through it, so the platform never actually falls either. Ray's stuff has been here through and broken mud. I don't know of any lore reason why we would have breakable platforms that reappear in the first place. Oh yeah, look at that. See, that's a time skip right there. Ooh. I can see a bunch of socially awkward sweat lords on SGDQ getting claps for that one. Not to denigrate speedrunners. What from you jump on disappears, that's what I meant. Well, what I want these to be in reality after, because these are just placeholder platforms, right? I want them to be like crystals that break, you know, with like cracks in them or something. I wonder if what I could do, you know, I have an idea. Let me see. I wanna check something out. I don't think it's possible, but I wanna check it out. Not really. Once we're described in the rest collection, the rest transforms in. I can't get indices. Some instance data value for all instances associated with the geometry collection. Nah. I'd have to take a look into that further. I was gonna try to fracture them, but then have them reform, but I think I would have to... There's no simple way to do that. Like, I can do that, oddly enough, within the fracture viewer. But it'd be cool if we could just, like, explode, you know, fracture that and then reform it. I don't know, find some sci-fi way to explain that, right? But I don't think it's cool. Item index of the cluster. Yeah, but we don't have multiple. I wish I could uncrumble. It'd be kind of cool to do that. Lurp it over time. I mean, I still think I could, but I'd have to get the index. And like make a map and then over time lurp each of those back to their initial position, and then it would just it's doable. It is, I think it is doable. I don't want to fuck around with it right now because it's not important, but in the future we can maybe have some cool sci-fi reason with, like, I don't know, some creative element. I don't know. Worry about that later. I do want to know if you can jump. Like around like this. You probably could. It wouldn't save you much time though if you've already gotten that far. It's actually a good thing that I'm missing those. I mess with players' timings, right? Okay, that one's a bit fucked up, but that's mainly just because of the edges there. That we can easily fix. Do something like that. Okay, well that would be the main path. Over here I want to have some lava. Let's get some lava. I think I want most of this covered by rock and for there to be a little bit exposed so it's not going to be significantly seen. It could be cool though if there's like an alternate faster path. Maybe here? That can take you up. But, you know, a lot harder. I think that could be kind of cool. But dealing with like really small platforms in the lava itself, those don't need to be destroyed either. Those can just be normal timed ones. Disappearing ones. Would you be able to make that jump? I mean, it's close. It is close. A little bit closer, and we can get the player just barely landing. Unless we want to place it a little bit above the lava. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking with oil. Hey, did you wait? Am I crazy or you were gone for a while? Yeah, I took the holidays off. But we are back. I'm not one of those people that like streams 24/7. What I want for this here is for the player to have to maneuver, have a little bit of air control around it. It's so close. This should be tough. This should be a very difficult jump. If you actually press the jump button. It's a little out of reach. I mean, it's so close. It's so close. We could force the player to have to climb up it. So we could, if we put it like right here. I mean, the player's feet would probably be touching the lava, but let's move it up a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm into that. I'm into that. I'm into that. And as a timed platform, we can set it to a pretty low time, so the player has to go pretty fast. Missed the dev streams? Well, I missed you, Dudgy Boy. My second most watched channel of 2025, which is funny because I rarely speak. Yeah, I don't see you chatting too much, but it's okay. We like our lurkers. You know, I'm good like second monitor content. Just throw me up while you're playing a game or while you're working or chilling. It can be minimized too. We just like to listen to some random sound effects and whatever weird topics we decide to talk about. It's all good. We've got a full schedule ahead of us with very few days off, so rest assured. Just like your mom, you will have your fill of me. What would be the most insane, rude thing? Number one, can we jump from there to there? We don't want that, right? No. No. I mean, if he can make that jump, that's pretty crazy. I don't think that's gonna happen though. We will set these to first off clear. What I have enabled is you are able to build your own reusable data table rows for platforms if you want. So if you have like a standard one that you really like, you can just name that, set it as a row, and you can just reuse that over and over again. Which is pretty nice. Oh, Simply Mario. Yeah, I know. I know you know. I don't know what the fuck this new name is. Did you change it? Been at work all day today. Most days just listening and trying to learn as much as possible. What do you do, CB Beats? And also, get 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link. That's only $2.50 a month to secure your passwords, and it even works on multiple devices and for your family, and you can even set email aliases so you never give out your real email to places that you don't want them to have. Thank you, Proton Pass. What if we set that to 1 second? Okay, it's too much. You don't even have time to climb up it. We gotta go. Let's try 2. Let's try 2. I don't know how long it takes for you to climb up, but that's way too much. Changed it, but still don't know what it is. Were you drunk? I forgot to jump. Okay. Hold on. Okay, that's pretty good time. That's pretty good time. I like that. Like this is the gotta go fast. Drunky would have made us something childish. We'll talk about how good the Heroes of Might and Magic soundtrack is. You guys feel a soundtrack like this would have won soundtrack of the year if there were awards when it came out? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm into this section. We'll try to get the player up here. This will be the hardcore route. Otherwise, this will be a bit more chill. Okay, let's finish up with the hardcore section though. We'll make a bit of a trick one here where you just have to fall down. Otherwise, if you jump, you'll hit your head or something. Or maybe you have to like crouch. That is ruthless. Look at that. Actually, I kind of like that. Work at CCNI refurbishment where I work in compactor balers, weld, electrician, hydraulic tech, mainly working at a shop, but they're on the road too. That's pretty cool. Working with your hands. Helping the farmers. Do they give you free food sometimes? Like, hey, here's some milk I got from Bessie this morning. I like that that one doesn't really give you enough time to do much on it, and your best bet is just to kind of like let yourself fall but then be caught by this one. But I think for pacing reasons, let's push this up to like 3 or 4 seconds. You never get food and don't really work with farmers? Oh. But isn't that like what those machines are for? Oh, you're working for like the companies that make them? You're not like B2, B2C? Hospitals in Goodyear. I bet after working for Goodyear you feel a bit tired. About that. Don't clip that. Okay, can we get to this? How does it feel? I believe we should be able to get to it. But that'll be just a very fast, high-intensity section. Where I think if you're doing it for the first time... This one I don't like. I don't like how fast this one is. I mean, the cool thing that I like about it is that you can see all the platforms ahead of time. So you can kind of plan out what you need to do, but if you just go into it blind or you panic, you might have a bad time. Yeah, I'm into that. I like that a lot. Is it possible to... Not really. I think if you had enough time to jump over through that crystal, but I don't think that you would have enough time. One thing I will do though is just move this a little bit closer. Because right now it feels as if you don't end up on this third platform very well. Yeah, that feels much better. As long as you're aiming in the right direction, you'll get it. That feels good. Go up here. I think this is too steep. So we don't want the player to feel like they need to jump that way. Carolina Commercial and Industrial. Which Carolina are you in? North. You in Raleigh? Or near Raleigh? I've heard that's a good city for families. I don't know if that's still true. How you doing, Paxian? It'd be fun to have like something here where you have to crawl a bit. I don't know if that's enough space to do it, but I think it might be. It can come down a little bit. I don't know how much of a time save that is. Kind of feels like Elden Ring at this point. Okay, I don't know what the time is going to look like on that. Let's subtract 2 okay, let's not subtract any seconds because I failed. Oh, that is way too high. I wanted to turn around and jump up there, but that's way too high. My sense of scale got a bit fucked up. That ain't happening. Is that doable? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you hoser. Good. Alright. Try it again. Let's say that I hit that. Am I gonna end up on a future IGN YouTube video? Developer reacts to 10-minute speedrun of his game. And it's just, it's me not talking. I just sigh for 10 minutes and then at the end of the video I say gamers were a mistake. That turnaround's a bit annoying. I think safely it's like 25 seconds. Without mistakes. And this should be the speedrun direction. But if it's like 25 seconds and a lot more challenging versus 35 seconds and easy, well, speedrunners will still do it, won't they? Because it's not about difficulty, it's about time. But regular players might feel a bit miffed, like, hey, why do this? Fuck that crystal. Fuck off. Who placed that stupid crystal? Jesus. Fuck these developers. Yes, safely like 25 seconds. Maybe a little bit shorter, but it's about 25. If you do everything near perfectly. Definitely, I don't think you can go under 20 though. It's between 20 and 25. That's cool. That's a fun section. I do like that a lot. There's no way you could make the jump over to that, right? No. No. Hmm. I assume that you can't jump. Oh no, that's way too far to jump. That jumps a little bit far. It jumps okay. These two are a little bit far. The floor is nacho cheese. That'll be a little bit of bait. A little bit of bait. I'll move the player over here and then snake the player back. Maybe with one little optional. Well, this should take longer. It should take longer, but should be easier. We need to remind ourselves about. Might be unnecessary. These don't all need to be disappearing platforms, though, to be fair. Maybe that could be a crystal. Oh, I do want to fix the rotation on that. The rot. Player wouldn't be able to jump up that. I mean, is that going to be super obvious? Like, hey, go this way. Jump on the crystal. Much easier to hit. What are we looking at for time on that so far? Like 11 seconds, it's way too fast. It's supposed to be slower. I could do a crouching section like we did here, or I could, you know, lower maybe the time it takes to do this crouching section. Or the player goes underneath something like here and then up and around. That's doable too. Also got some nice visual elements to it. I mean, it really doesn't need to be hardcore. This part shouldn't be hardcore anyway. So if we want to, we can go. Maybe just a little walking path around an arch. Yeah, we could do something like this. I'll lead the player up to... I actually don't even know what our maximum walking angle is, now that I think about it. What is our maximum walking angle? Alright, 25... 30... 35, 40, walkable, 45, 45 is not. Good to know. Up to 40. Not enough room to crouch at the top. Not enough room to stand. We could raise it up a bit more. And this will be like just where the player can just drop down. Nothing too dangerous. Maybe they have to drop down onto a timed platform. Because I hate the player. Much like the average gaming journalist, I hate gaming. No. It's probably possible to make that jump, so let's trim it down a little bit. Alright, how long does that take? Assuming rushing. That's not even possible to make the jump for. Fine though. Can fix that. Ooh, let's assume I made that. Okay, we are at like 22 seconds. It's still roughly the same time as, like, if we just pushed over here. Granted, you do end up over there, which is a big time skip, so this is actually okay. This is okay. I'm worrying over nothing because you still have to run all the way over there, whereas that one puts you up right next to the elevator. I think that's enough of a platforming section that we can just say, yeah. We'll let the player have the win after they do that. Alright, let's see if we can get a more accurate timing. Other side is 20 to 25. That could probably be trimmed up a bit. Assume that I didn't do that. We'll subtract like 2 seconds. About 34, so it's about 10 seconds longer. But I think it's also way more chill. Just to double check, there's no way you can... the lava is instant death, but yeah, that's maybe a bit too close. Hey Makira, got a really great conspiracy theory that the real reason Maduro got God is that he found alien ruins in Venezuela. Maybe. And, you know, we didn't want the aliens to have the oil. That was why he looked so thankful after he exited the chopper and landed on US soil. We'll let the player jump up there, like, why not? I don't know which one's faster. Crouching or jumping over. Horse apiece. We could let the player do that if we want. I probably have to go like this, though. Help facilitate it a bit more. That's doable. The collision on that's not the greatest. With that. That should be pretty much longer for sure, but hopefully it's less intense. There would be a lot of testing though for levels like this, so maybe some people will consider that more difficult. We can always make the platforms over here like thinner, smaller, so it's more precise. A sick, underweight Michelin man. Yeah, he kind of is like a Michelin man. We'll get that fixed. We'll get a real character. That's pretty good. I don't want to start on the next section yet, you know, the section all the way above there. But for a... Let's see what the time is like on this initial section from the start. Like, as a whole. And we will take the non-speedrunning route. And just see how it feels. Assuming no deaths. Which almost happened there. Because I forgot that I put a lava river there. Okay. Ignore that. We might move that. Fuck me. Oh my god, just jump. That's a bit hardcore for like a first jump. We'll move that closer. The coloring's nice though. Even with there still being a lot of natural light bleeding in. I kind of already feel the vibe, you know? Plus we have to consider that I know where to go, right? And I think people playing this for the first time will pause a bit and maybe look around. I just fell. Which you would start at the beginning in that case. there won't be a checkpoint yet. Yeah, it's feeling okay. I don't hate it. For having no level design experience, I feel like it could be worse. We're not against this. You still have to win me over, but it should have the feeling of, you know, being one of those kind of only up style precision platformers, but more, you know, driven by its environment and by its lore. I hope that we can succeed with that. I think this game will have technical challenges with optimization. As like a platforming point of view, I should have jumped there. I don't think it's going to be issue. Yeah, we've made everything you see here has been made today. The general layout. You know, I don't think I have to worry. I'm gonna tell you why after I get to the elevator on this one. It's actually way better than I had considered even. Well, there's a good and a bad thing. Number one, I reached the elevator by about 4 minutes. I fell once, I lost about 45 seconds of time, right? This is one section, and we want to have 2 more of varying degree of difficulty, right? But this was the starter section. I assume that somebody who doesn't know the pathway here will take about 5 to 6 minutes. We want the entire first level covering 750 meters, about this much of length, to take... Why is... Okay, do we want this to take about 30 to 60 minutes, right? I think we actually even need to slow the player down a bit more. But I'll need to test this on somebody who hasn't played. I don't think Kotzbert has been in here, and I don't know how much experience he has with platformers, but I'm gonna ask him to play, having seen none of this, and tell me what he thinks, and how long it takes. Why are these two... Why are these merged? What the hell? Why did I merge those? What is this? Oh, I duplicated the static mesh component. That was weird. I don't recall doing that. The only negative side of this is that this has shown that it takes us about, let's say safely, 5 hours to block out 6 minutes of gameplay on average. It's not the greatest, but this game is driven by its level design, so spending a lot of our time doing the level design, which is what we expected, is okay. It just reinforces the need that will likely need to have a dedicated level designer once we start getting revenue in early access, which we also expected. So the good thing is we're starting to figure out those unknowns and starting to realize, yes, doing the level design for this is going to take a lot longer than we thought, and we might even need multiple level designers or level artists as well. Feel that pacing up? Maybe. I mean, but there might be some more complex levels that require... I don't know. I don't know what the average is yet, right? We only have one day, so... I can't judge it completely, but what I can say is that it's taking more time than I thought it would take, but it's still within what we've kind of expected. Because we do have some alternate routes here, right? Some time-saving routes, and these do require us to put a bit of thought into it, like, hey, how can we enable speedrunners? That's an easy one, right? This is true. This is a lot for my first time. We did lose a little bit of time doing some stuff too, and I fixed one bug. But I would say it was safely about 5 hours. 4.5 to 5. This is the challenging side for speedrunners, so it's much faster to get up than the other one. I don't like the camera on that, but that's easy to fix later. Yeah, we're not touching lighting, we're not touching level art. It should all just feel like blocks and roughly resemble the shape. There might be some holes, things that we know we're gonna, place like some rocks in and prevent the player from going around. Oh, this is not the speedrun. The speedrun strat for this section is a little bit tougher. I'll try to make it. That I missed. Oh, you have to get that jump right on the edge there. That's tough. What inspired these layouts, or did you just raw dog it, no blueprint? We looked at some concept art and talked about some like natural inspirations from existing cave work. But it's a bit of mix. I didn't spend too long. We have our peer ref here, and I just grabbed some images. But we have 2 more sections in level 6 to build, so this is only the first section. The next section will be the geothermal power plant, I believe, and then the section above that will be the water synthesis. You can make that jump. That is tough, but you can make it. Yes, we did once. I might move it out a bit more. It is possible to do that. Yeah, I will take a look at the DLSS 4.5 video. That one might be a bit too tough. But then again, it is also it's a decent time skip in a safe area, so failing it doesn't cost you your life. So I think I'm okay putting a bit of a harder section in an area where you don't lose very much if you fall, right? We're losing like 10 seconds or something. You know what DLSS is? It is upscaling technology for games. It uses AI to upscale your image from a lower resolution to a higher resolution. So you render the frame at a lower resolution, and then upscale it to your desired resolution, which allows you to put more emphasis on quality without hindering performance. And the gains are pretty impressive. And then separately there is frame generation, which generates AI frames and puts them in between. Yeah, those are called fake frames, which I don't know how to feel. I have mixed feelings about frame. I feel worse about frame gen than I do about DLSS. Because DLSS is basically just a post process. Like, you render the frame, you upscale it, and then you fix the artifacting. And it honestly looks just as good, if not better, than a raw rendered frame. But I'm not a big fan of frame gen. It's not horrible though, and it is getting better. This one is this jump is too difficult to make. I need to make this jump a little bit easier. Hold on a sec. Fuck. It's just hard to get around that side. Maybe I'll move it a little bit left. It's hard to show how good DLAA and DL. So there's actually two parts of DLSS. There's DLSS, which is upscaling. You can use DLSS technology rather than upscale. You can use it to clean up a frame. So the same way like post-processing anti-aliasing, which is pretty much all anti-aliasing out there, cleans up the frame afterwards. You can use DLSS technology to clean up the frame and to fix anti-aliasing, which is called DLAA. So that is not upscaling, but you're still rendering the frame entirely at native resolution, but using the technology to clean it up. And that looks incredible. I think that's some of the best anti-aliasing technology on the market right now. And way better than old school methods. Like, the best way to get old school anti-aliasing done was super sampling, but that was rendering the frame at higher resolutions and then downscaling it. And of course, as we know, 2K is not 2 times the resolution of 1080p, and 4K is not 2 times the size of 2K. So it would get progressively more expensive. But yeah, I agree. I think DLA is the best anti-aliasing tech. It looks so good. But you're not gonna see it on like a stream like mine, because I can only hit 7K bitrate. And if we don't have any DLSS frame gen, broke boy setups just don't get to play games at all, so we can really hate on it that much. No, I think that's a really fair point. Like, the problem with DLSS when it came out is that you needed the best cards to run it. But nowadays, old 20 series cards are considered lower end, and eventually they will be considered mega old. But they will still allow you to run DLSS, they will still allow you to upscale, and it will extend the lifetime. So I never understood the whole NVIDIA is just introducing tech and working behind the scenes with Epic to force you to buy the newest cards, when actually what they're doing is extending the lifetime of cards by a significant amount. You will just have to buy into the 20 or 30 series in order to really get the most out of it. But DLSS 4.5 has come out for all RTX cards. The only thing that isn't on all RTX cards, I think, is 6x frame gen, right? That's only the 50 series. Certainly to force you to buy their cards, but the long-term benefits are just chef's kiss. Yeah, I agree with that. But that's only because the technology, the hardware, you know, that's part of the RT cores. That is the entire point of the RT cores. And you can't just add RT cores to an older card, unfortunately. I think low FPS scenarios is where frame gen performs the worst, though. It lowers your base FPS by around 20%, so you get even worse input latency for visual smoothness improvement. Do you still get that issue, though, with the newest version? Because I feel like they fixed... I read something somewhere, I don't know if it's true, though, that they have... The newer versions of frame gen have reduced that input latency. And NVIDIA Reflex helps that even further. I haven't tested that because I don't really use frame gen. I feel pretty good about this level so far. I really do. I think that some of this could be fixed. We need to adjust timings, you know, we need a full level art pass, but ideally we don't touch level art. If we were making a game that wasn't early access, we would not touch level art past level 6 until our like late alpha, early beta. But of course, because we're going to early access, we do need to touch up on level art as we go. So we're still going to have a bit of a vertical slice, and that's what we're going to release on early access. But then after that, the future updates need to have finalized levels. It's going to be a little annoying and a little bit more work from our side, but the benefit is that people get to experience the game sooner and help us work on it, right? And I'm so excited to see people speedrun this game. AMD's got good prices, and they really don't have bad GPUs or CPUs. I'm not a fan of their drivers, but NVIDIA's drivers haven't been the greatest recently either. The reason I like NVIDIA is just because they spend way more money on R&D and technology than AMD does. So you get some pretty nice technologies on top of your game. And I think DLSS performs better than FSR. Alright, it's saved. I feel really happy about this. This level is cool. Let's change the default level over to this. Maybe I'll delete my mannequins too. I don't need those right now. Okay, I want to see the DLSS video. I did promise it. Minus 1K downvotes. Probably because people are tired of, quote, fake frames. I don't know. I can only guess. Small note, there will be a pretty sizable audio delay. If you haven't been here, my capture card is dying. It for some reason is adding an audio delay. I don't think it'll be important to this video, but just note that if you see like lip sync issues, that's the reason. I don't know why. We'll play it at 4K just to get the better bit rate, but not going to impact you guys too much.
Hi, I'm Brian, and I'm coming to you from the heart of Endeavor, NVIDIA's headquarters. These days, NVIDIA is known for our AI servers like the one here, but not everyone
Yeah, and it's
understands
increasing the price of my GPUs.
how important AI is for gamers. DLSS 4 was trained on an AI supercomputer made out of servers just like this one.
This is true.
And it's become our fastest adopted gaming technology. DLSS unlocks real-time path tracing, with more exciting games arriving this year. Since announcing DLSS 4 at CES last year, the team has been hard at work making DLSS better, training the models on bigger and more challenging data sets. Now, we're introducing DLSS 4.5.
Okay, tell me about it.
We have dramatically improved super resolution with a new second-gen transformer model, and we've expanded the capabilities of multi-frame generation. DLSS 4 introduced a new transformer architecture that enabled a big leap in image
CNN? Isn't that the news network that lies all the time?
quality over our
Yeah, I do think NVIDIA actually has pretty good sharpening technology, as you can see here. I do like NVIDIA sharpening. It works pretty damn well. You know, I don't pump it up to 100%, but like something like 20 to 40% depends on the game. Pretty nice.
previous convolutional neural network. Now, we're releasing our second generation transformer for super resolution. It's 5 times more compute and is trained on an expanded data set, so the model has greater context awareness of every scene and more intelligent use of pixel sampling and motion vectors. These improvements make super resolution.
We talk about that a lot. Motion vectors are extremely important to temporal technologies. Lumen and Nanite both heavily rely upon temporal data in order to smooth and denoise, and the more we can improve temporal models, which is huge if you're somebody who traditionally has problems with Unreal anti-aliasing like temporal super resolution or temporal anti-aliasing, this is big news for you. If you are usually, you know, not very happy with the quality of Lumen, this is pretty big. So anytime they mention temporal algorithms getting improved, that's a big win for Unreal developers and gamers who play Unreal. Big win.
And a data set, so the model has greater context awareness of every scene and more intelligent use of pixel sampling and motion vectors. These improvements make super resolution performance and ultra performance modes so much better. It has superior anti-aliasing.
Yeah, you can see here some of the smearing occurring, and that's with DLSS 4, and this is with DLSS 5 on the right. It looks much better. And Indiana Jones is an Unreal Engine 5 game, so this is likely with TAA or I mean, you can even see here it's not really affecting the quality of the shadow back here, but it is smoothing out those motion vectors. And honestly, it looks really good. Really, really good.
For smoother edges. Clearer gameplay, even
Holy
with
shit.
fast-moving objects.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Look at that. I have to go back. If you have me minimized, I need you to look at this.
Clear.
Look at the temporal smearing here on the left versus on the right. And honestly, on the right, my question is what temporal noise? There's no smearing. Yeah, that's not even a small difference. That is, they have removed it completely. What the fuck? That's no small change.
Clearer gameplay, even with fast-moving objects.
Whoa. Ever see detailed video on smearing and how? I mean, you can see it in our game. I just closed our game, but okay, give me a sec. Like, there's tons of smearing because I'm using TSR, temporal super resolution, which looks better than TAA, but still you have a lot of that smearing, especially when there are brightly lit objects like that. There appears to be more texture detail in the brickwork too. Okay, let me take a look at that once I show you how bad our smearing is. It might be hard to see though, because it's gonna lower the bit rate of the video when I move anyway. But maybe I can do a screenshot freeze on it. I'll try that. Oh, it didn't print screen on it. You can see some of it. Hard to get. You can see some smearing occurring here. A little bit hard to see if I freeze frame. It's mainly because TSR just looks better. R.anti-aliasing method. One is, I think, FXAA, right? Or is one TSR? I don't remember. You can see a lot of it here. This is due to the motion vectors not updating as fast as we want them to, right? There is a delay because if we wanted to cache this super frequently, we can't, because it relies upon the frame history in order to denoise. And if you lower the history, the noise gets worse. If you increase the history, then you're saving a lot more data. The performance can be really impactful, and then the invalidation is really bad. So you're kind of like balancing between invalidating frames on purpose to denoise, but also validating enough frames that you can properly interpolate between the pixels, but it just doesn't work out very well. So that's where the denoising can fix that. Damn code. Well, that's what you see here. You can see on this image, you have ghost swords. That's temporal ghosting. Those are the past frames, the pixels being saved, the temporal pixels, and it's interpolating between those and the ones in the background from the newest frame. But you're supposed to be able to recognize that that sword is in motion and discard some of that old data because it's not relevant to the new frame, but it just doesn't work perfectly. And games with a lot of motion, especially like racing games or first-person games, games with high action, you get worse ghosting like that with temporal anti-aliasing. The problem is that other forms of anti-aliasing like CMAA or FXAA that work with deferred rendering, those don't really work very well, and you get a lot of jaggies. So your option is jaggy edges or ghosting. Those are your two options. But with DLSS, they want to try to marry those two together, get rid of the jaggies, but also reduce the ghosting. And it has been okay. It has never looked as good as the right. Yeah, and it's like you said, it's still worth it for the FPS games. But man, if this can fix the temporal ghosting that occurs, number one, Threat Interactive will shut his stupid soy boy mouth, which will be great. But also, it's just going to improve gaming on Unreal. Cool. You disable anti-aliasing? Well, you can turn on DLAA now. Who's using block terms in my chat? Now this looks great. Yeah, let me see the. Yeah, there is some sharpening on the meshes in the background too. It's a little hard to see.
Clearer game.
But wow, I mean, just the lack of ghosting is incredible. And this is out, by the way. This is out today. I don't have it downloaded yet, but if you have your NVIDIA app, it's right there. I don't know how many games it supports, but DLSS 4.5 is there. It says over 400 games and apps. So it's already out.
Gameplay, even with fast-moving objects.
Yeah, that's great.
And improve temporal stability from frame to frame.
That's big too. That's big too. Again, temporal. If they mentions temporal, this is one of those things that's necessary for determining the ray tracing, just because of how expensive it is. So usually what happens, especially if you have to upscale, is it does that tracing at a lower resolution and then upscales and denoises it. I could be wrong on this, so take what I'm saying with a massive grain of salt. and because of that, you still ended up with noise and inconsistencies. This looks much better. I have to recalculate all your shaders again.
Improve temporal stability from frame to frame.
It's so good.
With DLSS 4.5, we've also made multi-frame generation better in every way. The second generation transformer delivers superior image quality as input to the frame generation model. The frame generation model has been continuously fine-tuned for improved quality and stability. And we've improved
Outer Worlds 2 is an Unreal Engine 5 game as well. Although I do think that Obsidian has done an incredible job with the engine as a whole.
Superior image quality as
But
input to the
FrameGen
frame
wouldn't be on
generation
them,
model.
right?
The frame generation
Yeah, you can see here, and this is especially noticeable on like foliage and grass. You can see how the frame generation is wrongly interpreting the HUD elements and generating ghost HUD elements here. That has dramatically been fixed. You can see some loss of quality. It would... Oh yeah, the text too. The text is much clearer, you're right. Much, much better. They kind of chose a bad image to show here because it would be better to see it on foliage.
delivers superior image quality as input to the frame generation model. The frame generation model has been continuously fine-tuned for improved quality.
I thought you could tell, no, because frame generation works independently to the game itself. If the frame generation were like baked in to the software, you might be able to tell the HUD to render afterwards, but because FrameGen, I believe, is on a different part of the pipeline, I think it's more like a post process. Yeah, because it has to render the entire frame first, then generate the new one, and it slots those in between. So unlike something, you know, that's part of the render pipeline and inserted somewhere else, you cannot tell the frame generation to work in between the game and then the HUD. If you could avoid an issue like on the left. Still takes info from the game's motion vectors, but the HUD wouldn't have that as part of it. Proper implementations draw the HUD afterwards as well. Oh, okay. It's just not being done here.
Quality and stability. And we've improved frame pacing to ensure the high frame rates feel as good as they look. With these improvements, we can now
That's
generate.
That's good. I mean, assumedly that means that you shouldn't have input issues, or you won't have as bad of input issues, but I'd have to test it. It's hard to see that, you know, on somebody because you'd have to feel the input lag.
Five additional frames per rendered frame with minimal change to latency.
A little bit
That's
too many.
a new 6x total multiplier.
I will say this, like,
200...
I don't think people understand how expensive it is to run a game at like 4K with fucking ray tracing and achieve anywhere above 100 FPS, something that used to take us hours to render one frame of. You used to have server farms to render out a, you know, an animated movie. So having anywhere near a game looking anywhere near this good, running at 320 frames per second during a high action scene with path tracing on is pretty fucking impressive. And yes, it is fake frames if you want to use that, but still, it's looking pretty good. It's a lot better than old DLSS 2, if you guys remember how bad that looked. An original frame gen. This is good. This is looking good.
Unlocking 240Hz 4K gaming with real-time path tracing. Along with this 6x capability, DLSS 4.5 also introduces dynamic multi-frame generation. This mode dynamically increases the number of generated frames in demanding scenes, maximizing the monitor's refresh rate for the smoothest possible experience. In less demanding scenes, it automatically decreases the number of generated frames so it only computes what's needed. DLSS 4
I like that. I like that. That's great. I'm very happy to see that because there were a lot of instances where you didn't need it. And yeah, I'm really happy with that. Let's hear that again.
This mode dynamically increases the number of generated frames in demanding scenes, maximizing the monitor's refresh rate for the smoothest possible experience. In less demanding scenes, it automatically decreases the number of generated frames, so it only computes what's needed. DLSS 4 was already the best way to play. Now, just a year later, DLSS 4.5 runs faster.
Oh, it's okay. One of the biggest problems with DLSS was how it handled small details and particles. Look at how much better it's showing off the small particles in the background here. Because if it was so small, the interpolated frame would just skip it. It would just ignore it, and so you would lose a lot of fine details on effects or little lattice work, like you see back here. I can highlight it. So you see the lattice work back here versus over here. They've improved how it handles the fine details while also, of course, delivering. I won't say it's, yeah, I don't think it's better performance because you are generating 2 times more frames. So it's about the same FPS but better quality, which, I mean, that's still an improvement, right? Every new stuff is disappearing due to DLSS. It was hard to notice. And not every game you would notice it, but this game just has whatever they're showing. Oh, this is Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong has these really fine particles back here and even above the player that if you slow it down, I think it'd be really noticeable.
Play.
If the particles were big enough, you could see it, but if they were small, it just skipped them. And yeah, you are getting better resolution too. You're getting better sharpening on some of the texturing. Highly recommend you guys watch this video too on your own monitors because I think that the stream might be missing some stuff. Whoever told you these glasses make you look good, they were lying. He's got fashion.
Easier to use. We're excited to launch the 2nd generation Super Resolution Transformer for all GeForce RTX users. Dynamic multi-frame generation.
4.5 for all GPUs.
Dynamic
multi-frame gen, dynamic multi-frame gen, and 6 times for RTX 50 series.
Frame generation will be available in spring for GeForce RTX 50.
Honestly, I don't think that I need these 2 things. I don't use multi-frame gen anyway, because at the point, like, if I can use DLSS to even get 120 FPS, I'm happy. I'm happy. I don't need the frame gen to go further.
Series users. All of the features announced for DLSS 4.5 will be available through override settings in the NVIDIA app. With the launch of DLSS 4.5, NVIDIA continues to push the boundaries of accelerated computing in
showing Borderlands. Dude, that game couldn't even get 60 FPS at reasonable settings on my 4070. Oh my god. This might be the worst optimized Unreal Engine 5 game I've ever seen. It was so bad.
NVIDIA continues to push the boundaries of accelerated computing in both AI and graphics. They are now one and the same, and we can't wait to see where we go next.
I think it looks good. I'm gonna be honest. I think that looks fantastic. I think people are upset mainly due to the prices and a lot of the manufacturers pulling out of the consumer market. Reflex 2.0 would be nice to see, but from what they've said, they kind of improved input lag a bit with the new model. I'd have to try it out. I don't know. I don't have a 50 series card to test out the 6x gen. Looking forward to the breakdown from Digital Foundry. Yeah, that'd be nice to see. I agree. But 4.5 is out. Leon Kennedy. RTX off versus on. Yeah, there's definitely an improvement to the reflections. Hopefully you can force 4.5 into games that don't have it. I don't know. You might be able to. Here's the one moment where I kind of agree with gamers. I just often don't recognize that much of a difference depending on the scene. I think that these scenes, sure, I can see quite a big difference between the quality levels with certain reflections, but there's some games where you take like this 30-40% performance hit or very little improvement. But I disagree with people saying that they can't tell between path traced and off. Screen space reflections just weren't cutting it. They did not look very good. Sevtilar, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. It looks good. You know, the fact that they don't even tell you what DLSS quality they're using and how many frames they might be generating does kind of indicate that it looks pretty good no matter what. I don't even know what GPU they're using, but hitting 60 FPS on this high fidelity scene with path tracing on, it's not the worst. You could probably just throw on DLSS quality to get 5090, no doubt, maybe. Doesn't say. Yes, the arbitrary FPS counter with no context or information. I kind of agree with that. At the same time, if you showed me a screenshot of this game and didn't say anything, you just showed me a screenshot and said 100, 200 FPS, I wouldn't immediately think that DLSS is turned on. I'm gonna be real. That's just how good it's getting. That's looking way better than it used to. Well, it's pretty good. I think it looks pretty good. "4K NVIDIA DLSS 4 gameplay." To be fair, I like that they showed, multiple games using the new model, Transformer 2. My own music. Coming to Screamer. I mean, this is actually a really good example of where best to use it. Although getting 40 FPS, 4K is it's pretty low, to be real. Would have been nice to hit at least like 60. Like, come on, what are we doing? Yeah, it is weird, I don't. What is this game? What is this game? Screamer game. I don't know anything about this. It doesn't actually say what engine it uses. It did not fill that out yet. Easy anti-cheat. Nice. This assumes, though, they did mention that they fixed some of the input latency with frame gen. I just don't know. They said they messed with it, so maybe it's better. I don't know if that's the particle effects or if it's artifacting. But I agree that this game doesn't necessarily look detailed enough to warrant the performance being as bad as it is. Especially when they could probably just bake the lighting on this map. It is unreal. I bet they have real-time lighting. I bet they're using Lumen when they probably don't need to be. Watching a 4K video compressed on YouTube compressed on Twitch. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's pretty shitty performance. I'm gonna be real. That's pretty shitty performance before DLSS. It's running on a 5070 at 4K max settings. So there might be some of those. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a 5090. I think it could still be better. I think it could still be better. And I don't really see why they need to have. I feel like they have Lumen enabled. And I really just don't see why they need to. But I could be wrong. Maybe they're just getting pretty bad FPS without Lumen. I just don't really have a reason why the game would be. Well, it is 4K. It is 4K. It's 16 times the fidelity of 1080p, to be fair. You're right. No, you're right. 5070 is not a 4K card. This is a good looking game. It's 16 times the pixels of 1080p. Being able to push 120 FPS on this 4K with 5070 is pretty. It's not 4 times the pixels of 1080p. $38.40 by 21. Oh, you're right. I'm retarded. Am I weird for thinking I don't know what I was thinking. Weird for thinking the 40 FPS in the beginning looks decent. As long as you didn't say 16 times. 16 times the damn. Dude, I'm Todd Howard. It doesn't look like 40 FPS. I'm gonna be real. I mean, maybe you guys can't see it. It doesn't really look like 40 FPS being hit here. Maybe it's just because they're not moving the camera too much, but it doesn't look that bad. I don't know. What do I know anymore? What was I thinking that 16 times... Why was I thinking 16 times with 1080p versus 4K? Ball 76? I don't know. Maybe I've just been streaming too long today. I don't know what it is. Calm down. Why does this just look like Stalker? There's no way, dude. There's no way this was 100 FPS. This actually felt worse than the 40 FPS racing. Like the gun movement over here. If this is 100 FPS, this should be smooth as shit. That looks sub 60. That looks like 50, 60 at most. I know I'm covering it up. Hold on. Look it over on the gun. This is not 30 FPS. I'm watching this at 4K. This should be the best bit rate that they can provide to me. This is 2160p 60 FPS. There's no way that's 100 FPS. I mean, they can tell me this is 260 FPS, but the video is still 60 FPS, right? So at this point, we can't see beyond what what was rendered at. We just have to trust that it's 260 FPS. All I can say for sure is that this is definitely not one. This is not even 60. I don't know, man. Here's how I can prove it. I mean, maybe the animations, you're right. Maybe the animations are being rendered at a lower frame rate. That is possible to do. If I set this to half speed and they're getting 105 FPS, then if I half the speed, it should be about 60. And you can tell me if this looks like 60 FPS at half speed. Ain't no way. This barely even looks like 60. I wonder if they're rendering animations at half speed. Or even worse, I don't know. It is possible to do. I just don't know why they would do it for the hero character. Like, you would not do that on players, you would do that on NPCs that the player doesn't see, or you would render only the ones closest to the player at full resolution, and you would half the animation rate after a certain... It's because you're playing the video in 4K, I can switch it to 1080p. Any advice for streaming game dev? Just started streaming mine a couple days ago and looking for fellow devs ideas. What are you hoping to obtain from your streaming with game dev? Good question. Because my goals for streaming game dev might be different. I mean, some of it might have been video decoding. It still doesn't look 60 to me. Have fun, chill. If more people come and enjoy, the better. Have you ever streamed before? Because I can just give you like some general streaming advice that helped me a lot. While I am committing my changes. 2 days ago. Okay, so you know how you have your stream dashboard. Click all of these up here and turn them off. All of them, except for maybe like your session length if you really care about that. Turn all these off. Pretend that this number here is like 100. And then don't worry about these. Fuck the rest of them. That way you just focus on the stream, you always pretended that at least one person is listening. Make your game. That's about the most general advice I can give. Let me see. Redlock, design. Let's throw it in here. It's just that the video was made and not a you thing? It could be. Yeah, it could be. You're right. I just have fun making a game and more people concede, eventually enjoy it. When done, that's it. Yeah, for me, like I stream because it helps me focus. I just have problems getting distracted when I am working alone, usually, unless I get into like a good flow state. But streaming game dev just allows me to kind of focus and know that I have people who are watching and expecting to watch me for the content that I say that I'm doing. If I say I'm blocking out, they're watching because they want to see me block out. Most of the time. But keeping that in my mind says, should I do this thing that will distract me? I know there's YouTube videos I want to watch. I know that there's news that I could catch up on. But that's not why people are watching me. So just don't do that. Focus on your game. Then you can turn it off and go on with your day outside of that. Yeah, just have fun. I mean, if you feel like you're getting burnt out, I guess another just general streaming thing is never do something on stream that you don't want. If you feel as if your audience is forcing you to do something or forcing you to overwork when you would rather just take a week to play a game or to relax, don't do that. Don't get caught in that mindset. People will come back. People will filter in and out. You're going to lose some regulars. You'll gain some regulars. People will raid you. People will not raid you. Some days you'll have 10 plus viewers. Some days you won't have 10. If you take, if you primarily stream game dev, but you do some days where you stream games, don't feel bad that your viewership is lower. Just know that that's your day to relax, to chill, to explore something else. Check out a different game, maybe some competition, and you'll get back into the game dev event. It is what it is. But if you're not enjoying it, then your viewers won't. And if you feel like you're burning yourself out, then it's kind of just a ticking time. That's about the advice that I can give. And if your goal is to hit like 100 viewers in the game dev, software and game dev category, most people don't hit that category. So maybe some do, but most don't. It's very unlikely. You only have 3 people right now that are hitting over 100 viewers. It's just not a super popular category, so you're probably not going to make a lot of money. You might not get partnership. I've been streaming for like 3 years in this category primarily. Nowhere near partnership, because you need 75 concurrent viewers. So even at the moment, there's only 6 streams that would qualify for being partnered, and that's if they can maintain those numbers. And it's just unfortunately one of those categories. Not a lot of people watch it, but the people that do watch it are mostly game developers. So if your goal is to reach out to gamers, this is not really the greatest channel to do that. But if you want to have other developers in chat, people that can help you learn, teach you things, and vice versa, it's a really good category for that. Very good. That's all I can say. Nothing else to add. That's it for me today. I gotta get going. I'm gonna go home. Not a primary goal to make money from the streaming. I have a full-time job. It's more like sharing what I do and have fun with some random people. You're in the right place, then. I think that you will absolutely have that. 100%. Reach that you invented the iPhone and Steve Jobs owes you millions is a fake story premise, then farm and gaslight viewers into thinking they're wrong. Just say you worked at Blizzard. Just say you worked at Blizzard. And then show off your if-else statements, you know. Yeah, hey, I will see you guys tomorrow for more Redlock. Our stream calendar is pretty straightforward. There might be a couple days I gotta take off to do like lore work because it's easier to do that off stream. I just don't know yet because I can't anticipate those days always. But for the time being, we really have nothing getting in our way. It's just pure Redlock. We're gonna go balls deep. Update Windows? No. I'm still on Windows 10 and I'm staying on Windows 10. You know why it won't update? Do you know what update server it pings? It says, hey Microsoft, download these new updates. And you know what server it says? That's the server it tries to download updates from. Good luck, Microsoft. You gave me access to change Windows settings. I changed Windows. IP leaked, yeah. You got me. You need my analytical data. Production milestone, Q1. We have 2 milestones, first playables, meant to be finished in Q1. So that's by the end of March. I don't think it's going to take us that long to get to that point. So ideally, I'd like to have facility level 6 blocked out as soon as possible, like within a week or 2 maximum. And then we can start working on some additional documentation. We need to do some more detailing of data layers and world partition, just to ensure that we're using it in the way that we expect. We need to do some mood boards. I'm going to do those with Rex. I am working on a logo behind the scenes, so don't worry about that. And then we need to spike Common UI and Menu System Pro. Facility level 6 the whole game? No. Facility level 6 if we draw the facility on screen here. This is the facility. It's underground. Level 6 is about... this part of it. And then you would have level 5, level 4, level 3, level 2, level 1. And you kind of ping pong between these as you work your way up the facility. Yeah, there's 6 levels. And it's seamless, there aren't any loading screens. Interesting that you don't have crashes on Windows 10 from outdated drivers. Yeah, I haven't had any problems with Windows 10 so far. I keep declining the upgrades. Yeah, level 6 is what we're working on first. That will be the most... that'll be the initial thing that we get at a like vertical slice level. And if it ends up being longer than 60 minutes, but still fun, I'm okay with that. But I think we might need level 6 and level 5 released on early access before I feel like it's worth the value that we would be asking for it. So that's kind of the goal, but we have a lot of technical hurdles to reach before that, and we have more mechanics that we need to work on. But right now our focus is just this first playable one. Mood boards, beautiful corner are up to Rex. I need to do some documentation and lore continuation. Saving and loading design doc as well. Those should be pretty. Some of those should be pretty easy. Lore is just, it takes a lot of time. This will be a pretty big and important spike that we need to do as a team, and I'm gonna get Kotspur's help on that if he has the time. But level 6 blockout is going pretty fast. 5 hours, we have about 1/4 of it done, 20 to 25% of the level blocked out. So if we keep along that pacing, we should have the full blockout in a week, 2 weeks max, if we need to spend a bit more time on certain levels, which we might. We might, but 2 weeks is still pretty good. And I'd be happy with that, because it kind of ends up meaning that we will probably have first playable one done by the end of the month, worst case, first week or second week of February, which still gives us more than enough time. That gives us, about 1.5 months to get done with first playable 2 to finish up with the first playable in quarter 1. One thing at a time. Either way, guys, peace, much love, see you tomorrow, have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stay warm, stay awesome. Thanks for joining me today. Thanks for helping me with the blockout and tell me how you think of my level. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Cheers. Gay.mp3. Don't ask.